Good morning. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission for the state of Colorado. It is the 21st of April, a Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., a special meeting with a business agenda. We'll start with a roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 commissioners present.
All right. Good morning. Good to be with everyone this morning. As I mentioned, this is a special hearing on a particular matter. We do not have a consent agenda. We're going to meet again tomorrow, so we'll have a consent agenda then. We also do not do commissioner comments as we normally do. Instead, we roll right into docket 2412-200313. This is an oil and gas development plan. The applicant is Crestone Peak Resources Operating LLC, represented by Ms. Jost. We have 2 petitioners, Maverick Mineral Partners, number 2 LLC, represented by Stephen Lewis Prescott. We also have Star, and that's represented by Mr. Foote. To sort of summarize process here, we have had multiple hearings on this docket, including a 511 hearing in person at a venue near the application lands. The most recent hearing was December 10th. At that hearing, on a 4-to-1 vote, the commissioners stayed the matter and requested Crestone, working with sister agencies and STAR, to develop further ALA analysis. Since then, Crestone has filed additional materials and STAR has responded. Crestone, I believe, maintains the applied for location is preferred. With that, today we will hear from Crestone, then Maverick on the mineral dispute, and then Star on the OGDP application and location. And then we will hear back from Crestone in rebuttal. The commissioners will then deliberate. I would note, and I've had discussions with AG Boudreau about this, that ECMC commissioners' action before us today is one of 3 action items to either, well, maybe 4. We've got the Maverick petition, so that's set aside. That's one issue. And then on the OGDP that is petitioned by STAR, the commission can either approve, deny, or conditionally approve the location as set forth in the applications. The commissioners do not have authority to approve a different location identified in the ALA analysis or otherwise. And that's because we don't have a 2A or 2B or all the other information associated with any of the alternate locations. Also consistent with our rules, we've taken a number of different opportunities for public comment, and public comment is not on the agenda for today. So before I get into the order of play, let me recognize Counsel of Record, Ms. Jost.
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Mr. Lewis Prescott.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Foote.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
All right, good morning. Here's what I understand is the order of play today. Crestone will go first to present their supplemental information or whatever else they desire for us to hear. They are allocated 45 minutes. Following their presentation, there is an opportunity for Q&A by commissioners. Any Q&A is not attributed to the 45-minute time allocation. Maverick would be next with an allocation of 10 minutes. Similarly, Q&A could follow. That is not attributed to the 10 minutes. And then finally, or not finally, but and then Star would go next with 10-minute time allocation, Q&A to follow, etc. And then Crestone has a rebuttal. They have the burden of proof with 10 minutes in Q&A. I would anticipate following that we would have deliberations. I would suggest to commissioners it might make sense to deliberate on the Maverick matter first, and then deliberate on the Crestone OGDP and the STAR petition on that. With that, Ms. Jost, did I miss anything? Are you in agreement with the order of play?
Thank you, Chair. In full agreement.
Mr. Lewis Prescott?
My understanding as well. Thank you.
Mr. Foote?
That's my understanding, Mr. Chair. I can't say we necessarily agree with it, but we understand that's the process the chair has set forth.
Fair enough. So, Ms. Jost, we're going to go first. Do you have witnesses that need to be sworn in?
I do, Chair. I have two. I have Mr. Nathan Bennett and Mr. Dan Harrington.
All right, AG Bedreau, if you could swear the witnesses in, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask each of the witnesses to raise their hand when I call your name. State your first and last name and swear to tell the truth. Dan Harrington,
I, Dan Harrington, swear to tell the truth.
Nathan Bennett.
Good morning, Nathan Bennett. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
And Mr. Thomas, you're keeping track of time for us?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Hearings Manager Thomas. All right, Ms. Jost, you're recognized.
Great, Chair. Thank you so much. If we could go ahead and share our PowerPoint. Wonderful. Thank you. Well, good morning, commissioners, staff, council, and members of the listening public. My name is Jamie Jost of Jost Energy Law, and I, along with my partner, Kelsey Wazelinski, continue to represent Crestone Peak Resources Operating LLC for the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan application in docket number 2412-00313. Thank you for the opportunity to present this supplemental information requested by this commission on December 10th, 2025, and directed by your December 12th, 2025 order number 535-1577 to you today. Upon a thorough review and evaluation of the November 19th, 20th, 21st, 25th, and December 3rd and 10th formal hearing transcripts, it's Crestone's understanding that the 7th hearing on the State Sunlight Long OGDP is limited to the scope of the directives in the December order, and Crestone has prepared its materials, testimony, and presentation based upon this understanding. As such, for purposes of efficiency, Crestone has limited the number of presenters to 2 key Crestone representatives and will only call upon our prior 17 subject matter experts if necessary. Crestone would like to thank STAR and its leadership for meeting with Crestone in person on January 7th, 2026 to address STAR's evolving concerns with the State Sunlight Long location, its desires for additional protections on the pad, STAR's 3 proposed alternative locations, and STAR's intent on reducing the operations timeline and proximity of the equipment and wellheads on the State Sunlight Long pad to the homes already located over 3,100 feet away. Crestone applied every aspect of the January 7th discussion with STAR to the supplemental information provided to this commission on April 6th and 15th, and as you'll hear during this hearing today. Specifically, Crestone conducted an expansive alternative location analysis that includes all 3 of STAR's proposed alternative locations, addressed and evaluated cumulative impacts and the adverse effects of STAR's proposed locations on public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife and biological resources, provided substantive considerations as to each STAR proposed location, and most importantly, Crestone has revised its development plans pursuant to STAR's comments relating to reducing the number of wells to be drilled on the State Sunlight Long pad from 32 to 24 and redesign the pad so the wellheads and facilities are further away from the already 3,100 feet to the nearest RBU in the STAR neighborhoods. Crestone would also like to thank this Colorado State Land Board, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment for their time and engagement over the past several months to assist Crestone in responding to the 9 requirements in the December order. Their attention to the Commission's directives continue to illustrate the high bars that each of these entities maintain to best protect the public and wildlife. Crestone also appreciates the agency's continued engagement on the development of best management practices and mitigation measures that confirm the protection of public health and safety, welfare of the environment, and wildlife and biological resources. Through various consultations with these state agencies, Crestone will apply over 90 best management practices and mitigation measures to the State Sunlight Long location. These best management practices and mitigation measures are in addition to the many avoidance factors that Crestone had already applied to the location when proposing it in the first place. Crestone maintains that the State Sunlight Long location is the most protective location to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife, and biological resources. The State Sunlight Long location is compliant with the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Act and is compliant with the Commission's rules. The State Sunlight Long OGDP holds a director's recommendation confirming that the State Sunlight Long OGDP complies with all applicable rules and recommended approval with specific conditions of approval, all of which have been committed to by Crestone. After 7 hearings on this OGDP, there is no doubt that the State Sunlight Long OGDP and the State Sunlight Long location is the most vetted, most analyzed, and most evaluated location by multiple local, state, and federal agencies and stakeholders, including STAR, and it continues to be an approvable and compliant application. Crestone respectfully requests approval from this commission today without any further continuances or requests for additional information, as any further delay would prove detrimental to all involved. Before I turn the presentation over to Mr. Dan Harrington and Mr. Nathan Bennett, we wanted to confirm with this commission, opposing counsel, and the listening public that Crestone is also fully compliant with the commission's December order mandating that Crestone provides supplemental information in response to 9 express directives. This slide 2 and the next one as well each detail the specific directive to Crestone and where Crestone will address each directive within the presentation today, and also the corresponding exhibits submitted on April 6th in compliance with the December order. We intend to use slides 2 and 3 as a reference source, if needed, throughout the hearing. Given the depth of information submitted by Crestone in compliance with the December order, Crestone prepared and submitted an executive summary that outlined Crestone's complex analysis, detailed discussions, and outreach to various stakeholders and agencies, as well as its time-consuming work and efforts since the December 10th, 6th hearing date. A few highlights of the executive summary are included on this slide, with specific emphasis on the fact that Crestone did meet with representatives of STAR about their concerns and to gather their input on the supplemental ALA. And as a result, Crestone redesigned the State Sunlight Long pad site, reducing well count by 25% and shifting wells and facilities eastward, further away from the RBUs within 3,100 feet. We provided a background on the court case involving Rangeview's water rights at Lowry Ranch that was decided, finalizing the number and location of planned reservoirs. Crestone conducted a field tour of supplemental ALA sites with representatives of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Colorado State Land Board staff, and Lowry's tenant rancher, and all land use, wildlife, and terrain and vegetation factors were examined for the alternative sites. And the Colorado State Land Board concluded an amendment process to the surface use tier and no surface occupancy map for Lowry Ranch, wherein Crestone's lease was amended to reflect the updated tier and no surface occupancy maps, and also to incorporate additional voluntary COAs into the lease itself. As a result of each of these previous points, Crestone performed analysis and fulfillment of the elements of the December order by preparing a supplemental Rule 304B2 ALA that included a total of 11 alternative locations, with the 3 original ALA locations submitted with the OGDP, 3 locations proposed by STAR, 2 locations proposed by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and then 3 additional locations. Crestone also engaged in a supplemental Rule 304C19 Cumulative Impacts Plan update that included the evaluation of incremental impacts reflecting the evolution of the State Sunlight Long siting analysis, the incorporation of impacts from offsetting non-Crestone operated activity, and the modification of expected impacts from the State Sunlight Long following the well count reduction, including significant reduction in the duration of operations and increased wellhead and equipment setbacks from residential building units to the west. This slide illustrates the timeline of the aforementioned actions since the December 10th hearing, and also demonstrates the need for the length of time Crestone took to submit the additional information in compliance with the December order. As this commission well knows, the work done by operators on OGDPs does not happen overnight. It takes extensive time and efforts to conduct the necessary evaluation and analysis for siting. In this instance, Crestone took the commissioner's deliberative statements and resulting December order at their word, and the products submitted on April 6th and April 15th must be recognized and acknowledged by this commission as an express compliance with all directives. To be clear, the commission's directive was not to move the State Sunlight Long pad, but to conduct additional analysis supporting the proposed Sunlight Long location in light of other potential alternative locations. This has been done, and it's clear that these analyses demonstrate that not only is the State Sunlight Long OGDP an approvable application, but it is also the best location, as all 11 locations present concerns around county regulations, wildlife, land use, and cumulative impacts. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Dan Harrington to present a portion of his supplemental information in compliance with the December order. Mr. Harrington, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Jost, and good morning, commissioners and observers. First, we'd like to provide a quick reminder of the proposed Sunlight Long development plan and discuss some changes Creston has implemented since December in response to stakeholder feedback. Here, you'll see the original State Sunlight Long proposed site outside of pertinent state and county setbacks, along with a map showing the access road, three-phase pipeline, and proposed DSUs. As you will recall, the State Sunlight Long, as proposed, triggered 0 of the ECMC's ALA criteria, and it had an EnviroScreen score of 14.69, one of the lowest seen in the DJ Basin. Further, the State Sunlight Long, as proposed, was approved by Arapahoe County in May 2025 following their 2024 rulemaking with a number of key COAs, including oil, gas, and water pipeline takeaway, and mandatory electrification for the drilling and production phases, and a single site occupation. As further reminder, the Colorado State Land Board executed an SUA for this specific site. While the site is not an HBH, about 1 1/4 miles of the existing access road needing improvement is within Mule Deer HBH, and Creston agreed with CPW to prioritize improvements outside of winter season. CDPHE had no objections to this site and the proposed BMPs, and ECMC staff did issue a director's recommendation for approval. Next, I'd like to discuss our plans to reduce the size and impact of the State Sunlight Long site. As Ms. Jost referred to in her opening, SM met with Mr. Foote and STAR representatives in January. While STAR's clear motive was a wholesale move of the pad site, we also discussed their specific concerns with the original site. What we heard was sensitivity to operational duration and setbacks, and feedback that reduction in that duration and an increase in setbacks would be meaningful to STAR. So we re-examined our development plan in an effort to help mitigate these concerns. Accordingly, SM will commit to reducing the planned well count at State Sunlight Long from 32 to 24 wells. This change will reduce operational duration by about 25% and will similarly reduce other impacts, which we will discuss in our cumulative impact summary. Further, this cut in well count allows us to reconfigure the pad, moving wellheads and facilities generally eastward. As a result, the pad surface, both operations and production phase, will be reduced, and setbacks from homes to the west and Aurora Reservoir will increase, generally in the 50 to 100 foot range. You can see a summary table below. Here is the revised pad plan in black line work superimposed over the prior pad plan in gray line work. This plat depicts the interim reclamation production phase. As you can see, this pad is significantly smaller, with wellheads and facilities that bias towards the east side of the pad, with the wells now in a single row. Crestone commits to working with staff to amend its Form 2A and 2B submissions, as well as any associated exhibits or plans deemed necessary to implement this plan. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Nathan Bennett to discuss the supplemental ALA and cumulative impacts analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Nathan Bennett, and I am the Director of Permitting and Compliance for Crestone Peak Resources. I will be providing insight into the supplemental analyses that were conducted resulting from the Commission's December 10th order instructing Crestone to address 9 specific requirements. Crestone, in conjunction with CPW and STAR, identified a total of 11 potential alternative locations, all of which underwent a series of comprehensive desktop and in-field analyses to address the potential viability of each. Analyses were conducted using the best available data to assess alternative locations, as well as the preferred State Sunlight Long location in the context of the rules and regulations of Arapahoe County, ECMC, CPW's assessment of wildlife resources and certain habitat, the State Land Board's management practices, principles, and ag lessee guidance and preference, contractual obligations, existing and future land use and the associated disturbance, current and future infrastructure considerations, including roads, pipelines, and utilities, and cumulative impacts, including but not limited to emissions, traffic, odor, noise, and operational duration. Over the course of today's presentation, the alternatives considered and the results of our analysis will be discussed via a series of master maps and site-specific considerations. This map details the 11 alternative locations shown in magenta and the preferred state sunlight long location shown in green that were subject to the supplemental analysis. This map details the current state land board tiering system for Lowry Ranch. These tiers were updated following changes in previously adjudicated reservoir boundaries and reservoir sites, and to add greater protections to preserve the natural values of the ranch. These changes were accepted by the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners on March 12th, have been incorporated into the Lowry Ranch oil and gas lease as enforceable contract provisions, and this final agency action was a key component in the completion of the supplemental filings. In this instance, the color red depicts those areas where surface occupancy is prohibited, also referred to as NSO, no surface occupancy, or Tier 1. These areas are considered sensitive within the ranch. Conversely, the bright green color depicts areas where surface occupancy is preferred, or Tier 4. These areas have been previously disturbed over the history of the property. The map shown on this slide details the adjudicated and confirmed boundaries of Reservoir B, situated at the top center of the map, and Reservoir C, situated in the bottom right of the map. For both reservoirs, the applicable Arapahoe County buffers are shown, detailing that several of the alternative locations fall within the reservoir setbacks. Given the spatial location of the alternatives relative to the reservoirs, topography, and hydrologic assumptions, Reservoir B has an applicable 5,280-foot setback, whereas Reservoir C has an applicable 3,000-foot setback. The existing Aurora Reservoir and the applicable Arapahoe County setback of 3,000 feet from the reservoir boundaries are shown on this map. From a wildlife perspective, this map details not only the designated high-priority habitat within Lowry Ranch, but also details other notable wildlife resources, for example, raptor nests, that both CPW and the Land Board have interest in as captured in agency comments during the various consultations. The blue polygons shown on this map represent 500-foot buffers around aquatic features located within or immediately adjacent to the ranch. These watercourses generally flow from south to north and are an important component of the local hydrology. During the supplemental analyses, we determined it was important to highlight and illustrate the Sandy Foothills Ecological Site Description, a Natural Resources Conservation Service division of the landscape, quote, based on recurring soil, landform, hydrology, geology, and climate characteristics that differ from other kinds of land in its ability to produce distinctive kinds and amounts of vegetation and its ability to respond similarly to management actions, end quote. In the case of Lowry, this area is represented by certain soil types and associated vegetation, which, when combined, are commonly referred to as Piedmont grasslands. The presence of these features became increasingly more important when given their absence at the preferred state sunlight long location and their presence across the ranch elsewhere. Also shown on this map is the presence of agricultural fencing maintained by the agricultural producer, another lessee on the ranch. This pasture system, as defined by the network of fencing, supports rotational grazing practices of the regenerative agricultural principles embraced by the land board and employed by the producer, thereby allowing grazing areas to rest and recover between grazing periods. At least 60 such pastures exist throughout the ranch, including upland areas, Piedmont grasslands, and riparian corridors. This final map is a culmination of the previous maps combining the individual components into a single representation. Also included in this map is the Arapahoe County occupied structure setback of 3,000 feet, which has not been previously depicted in this presentation. When combined, it is readily apparent and self-evident that the preferred state sunlight long location is the location that is most protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife and biological resources. STAR's attempt at developing, quote, a feasibility zone, end quote, where they perceive a viable location may exist, falls short. For one example, they ignore the presence of Sandy Foothills ESD, certain wildlife criteria, and the presence of riparian areas. In an effort to more clearly summarize the findings of our supplemental ALA, a stoplight chart was prepared using the colors of a traffic light to indicate how the 12 locations considered scored against a 3-tier ranking. For example, green complies with ECMC or Arapahoe County rules, poses no concern, and is operationally viable, whereas red indicates a significant concern or an outright prohibition due to code, regulation, external feedback, or a combination thereof. It's important to note that STAR attempted to create their own stoplight chart. However, they failed to consider many important variables, including certain rules and regulations of both ECMC and Arapahoe County. For example, under CPW AL number 9, STAR shows a green dot indicating there are no conflicts with either sets of rules. There is, without a doubt, a residential building unit residing less than 2,000 feet from the current working pad surface of the AL9 State La Plata location. The next dozen or so slides provide a summary of various considerations identified during Crestone's supplemental analyses. These considerations include Crestone's assessment as to why each of the 11 alternative locations are not preferred or viable for the development of the 7,680-acre OGDP in the underlying mineral development area. Note, comments received from CPW or the State Land Board are included as well. For the purpose of time, I will not address each of these in detail as they were included in the written submissions on April 6th. We welcome Commissioner questions on any alternative location presented. Following the analysis and consideration of using 2 or more oil and gas locations to access and develop 7,680 acres of subsurface minerals in this OGDP, Crestone determined using more than one location results in greater impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife and biological resources. Serious consideration was given to State Land Board as surface owner of the ranch, the need for duplicative infrastructure, cumulative impacts, operational timelines, the permitting requirements of Arapahoe County as relevant local government, and to the subsurface development of accessible minerals. To be clear, Crestone's findings determined that greater impacts resulting from the development of more than one oil and gas location can be entirely avoided through the use of the preferred State Sunlight Long location. Thus, Crestone maintains that the proposed Sunlight Long location is the most protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife and biological resources relative to all possible alternatives. In accordance with the order, Crestone conducted a supplemental analysis to address and evaluate cumulative impacts from the State Sunlight Long location. Importantly, this analysis needed to start with the development originally contemplated in the Lowry Ranch Comprehensive Area Plan and focused on the development plan for the western extent of the ranch. Since April 2023, which coincides with the filing of amended Rule 314 CAP application, 2 well pads and a total of 33 horizontal wells have been eliminated. By consolidating development to a single well pad, the preferred State Sunlight Long location, more than 25,000 truck trips, more than 1.4 million truck miles, and more than 2,000 metric tons of mobile greenhouse gas emissions have been eliminated. Significant pre-production emissions have also been eliminated by not drilling an additional 33 wells, including but not limited to 660 tons of methane emissions, approximately 83,000 tons of CO2 emissions, and approximately 71,000 pounds of total hazardous air pollutant emissions. As Mr. Harrington testified earlier today, Crestone is proposing certain modifications to the State Sunlight Long location that will, among other things, reduce the well count from 32 to 24 horizontal wells. This well count revision will reduce the drilling and completion phases of pre-production operations by approximately 25%. This reduction equates to approximately 215 fewer days, or over 6 fewer months of pre-production operations when compared with the original OGDP filing. A shorter operational duration due to fewer wells results in pre-production emission reductions of more than 20% and the elimination of more than 5,300 truck trips. With fewer wells, Crestone was also able to shrink the working pad surface and reconfigure surface equipment and appurtenances, resulting in an increase in the distance from residential building units to these surface improvements. For example, the distances from the closest RBU to the nearest piece of equipment is now 3,476 feet, and the distance to the nearest wellhead is now 3,538 feet. A total of 11 potential alternative locations were analyzed in the context of cumulative impacts. Through the preparation of this supplemental analysis, several major themes were evident when assessing the potential alternatives. These themes will be summarized as details can be found in the narrative discussion filed as Exhibit 132. One such theme is transportation corridors and associated truck traffic. An overwhelming majority of the alternative locations would require markedly different haul routes than what is being proposed with State Sunlight Long. In several cases, traffic would need to access the ranch from the south via County Line Road. This transportation corridor would traverse more than 26 miles from the ranch to get back to Watkins Road to utilize the county-approved haul route, resulting in approximately 1.2 million additional truck miles and an increase of approximately 1,900 metric tons of mobile greenhouse gas emissions while utilizing public roadways. Furthermore, although the roadways that exist within Lowry Ranch are not publicly accessible, there are standards and improvements that will be required to utilize them. For example, the widening of the road running surface, establishing ditch lines and drainage controls in accordance with state and local regulations, and potential obligations resulting from the mapped floodplains. Notably, any roadway expansion will result in an increased disturbance, thereby impacting current and future agricultural operations and riparian corridors within the ranch. As has been mentioned previously in today's testimony, the consolidation and elimination of proposed locations on the western extent of Lowry Ranch has resulted in the elimination of 33 horizontal wells and approximately 46 acres of earth disturbance. Emissions from pre-production operations, including construction, have been reduced. These tables summarize the elimination of pre-production emissions through eliminating 33 horizontal wells. With the well count reduction at the proposed State Sunlight Long location discussed today, additional emissions reductions will be achieved, including more than 13,000 tons of CO2 and more than 500 pounds of total hazardous air pollutants. Another theme Crestone identified is the potential to impact water quality through accelerated erosion and sedimentation resulting from new earth disturbance from the construction of linear infrastructure. For example, pipeline rights-of-way and access roads. The proposed access road and pipelines have been sited in a manner to minimize potential impacts to surface waters, including the existing Aurora Reservoir, by designing these corridors to be hydrologically isolated from the reservoir itself. More importantly, there are no crossings of Black Shack Creek or Coal Creek required from the proposed State Sunlight Long location. However, many of the alternative locations require the crossing of Coal Creek and its associated riparian areas, thereby introducing new surface disturbance to these sensitive interior areas on the ranch that are otherwise avoidable. Crestone is over compliant with its NOx emissions by 29% and is on target with its greenhouse gas emissions intensity. The proposed State Sunlight Long location will use three-phase pipeline takeaway, utility power for drilling and production operations, maintenance vessels, three-phase meters, and bulk separation. Utility power and the use of produced water pipeline may not be viable if an alternative location was used, thereby resulting in increased emissions relative to what is being proposed with State Sunlight Long. The transportation route for the preferred location is much shorter than the alternative route required for several of the alternatives. Noise and odor nuisances will be managed in accordance with state and local regulations. All pre-production and production operations will be in compliance with ECMC Rule 423. Many of the BMPs incorporated at State Sunlight Long are intended to help reduce fugitive odors, including the electrification of the drilling rig and production facilities and the use of Group 3 drilling mud. While grid connection is already planned and approved by Excel for the State Sunlight Long location, it is not clear that grid power would be available at any of the alternative locations, which would represent an increase in emissions and in the potential to impact stakeholders from those alternative locations. Wildlife and the associated habitat have been a key component of the supplemental ALA. Crestone worked with CPW and State Land Board to better understand their management priorities and opinions in relation to the 11 alternatives and the preferred location. Both agencies were active participants in the field consultation that occurred in mid-January and included references to certain species in their responses, including but not limited to swift fox, prairie dogs, and others. I testified earlier today about the significance of the Sandy Foothills Ecological Site Description of the NRCS within Lowry Ranch, which is contained within the Western Great Plains Foothills and Piedmont Grassland Ecological System defined by the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. The 7 soil types shown on this slide are key components to the NRCS ESD and are present throughout the ranch. Since the preferred Sunlight Long location is not underlain by the soil types shown on the previous slide, Crestone engaged an independent third-party consultant to perform a Piedmont habitat assessment at the preferred location and 7 alternative locations and alternative pipeline routes. The results of this assessment were submitted as Exhibit 133 and inform the stoplight chart discussed on the previous slide. The preferred state sunlight long location does not impact this habitat, whereas many of the alternative locations do, either directly via the well pad or indirectly via the pipeline access road or both. Lastly, the preference of the co-lessee ag producer, who runs more than 600 head of cattle on the ranch and has made significant investments in fencing and water distribution systems to serve their operations, has a desire to keep future disturbance resulting from oil and gas development out of the important Piedmont areas and riparian corridors. Staying out of these areas helps protect the biological resources managed as part of those ag operations. The State Land Board provided comments that are also consistent with this preference. This table summarizes the Lowry Cap proposed well count, the individual OGDP well counts necessary to realize development, and 2 OGDP well counts proposed by another operator. In short, a total of 166 new wells were proposed by Crestone in the cap. Factoring in well count reductions to date, those proposed by Mr. Harrington today, and the proposed wells by another operator in this area, the total anticipated well count is a total of 149 wells. It is important to note Crestone anticipates drilling 105 total wells across all locations proposed as part of the Lowry Cap. This is more than a 35% reduction in the total number of wells contemplated by the Comprehensive Area Plan. That is, Crestone intends to drill approximately 63% of the total number of wells it originally proposed to develop throughout the ranch. These changes result in a marked decrease in cumulative impacts, including emissions, relative to what was assessed in the Comprehensive Area Plan. A summary of the voluntary enhanced systems and practices to be applied at the preferred state sunlight long location is shown on this slide. The incorporation of these ESPs at state sunlight long are consistent in compliance with order number 535-1490. Although pre-production operations commenced on Lowry Ranch at the state La Plata location in August 2025, there have been an influx of noise complaints filed with ECMC in Arapahoe County beginning in mid-February of this year. To date, there have been no findings of non-compliance by ECMC or Arapahoe County. Continuous noise monitoring has determined that noise thresholds have not exceeded the permissible sound levels in ECMC Rule 423. Furthermore, the continuous noise monitoring data conforms with the noise modeling results submitted with the ECMC-approved noise management plans for the pertinent OGDPs. Crestone has and will continue to work with ECMC staff on these matters. Pursuant to order requirement number 8, Crestone repeatedly engaged CPW on the preferred state sunlight long location and the supplemental alternative locations, as is evidenced by the timeline shown on this slide. CPW's findings and consultation notes following the January 13th in-field consultation were provided as Exhibit 123. I will now turn the presentation back to Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Here I'd like to present an overview of order requirement number 2, which required Crestone to analyze the amount of non-recoverable minerals that would result from each ALA site. During the November hearing, Crestone presented testimony about drilling and completion's technical factors that limit step-out and side-sail footage to the landing point, as well as overall completed lateral length. And that analysis applies those limitations to each of the 11 ALA sites. The original state sunlight long was chosen because of setback constraints, as well as the fact that it can develop the entirety of the proposed state sunlight and state long DSUs. Applying the technical limitations to each ALA site, we developed an estimate of the amount of mineral acreage that could not be developed from each site, resulting in unreasonable and unnecessary non-development. The majority of ALA sites cannot develop the entirety of both DSUs. The table on the bottom summarizes this modeled non-developed acreage from each site, and we'll now go through each site in turn. First, we have the original state sunlight long site circled here in yellow, located central to the proposed development area as setbacks allow. Both DSUs can be fully developed, and you can see the statistics at the top there. I'll go through the remaining slides relatively quickly, but it should be obvious moving this pad eastward will result in undeveloped acreage at the west end of each DSU. For ALA site number 1, we estimate that the entirety of section 19 and the west half of section 30, shown here in red, would not be developable for a total waste of 960 acres. Alternative location 2 would allow for full development of both DSUs, but as Mr. Bennett discussed earlier, this ALA site is very close to Aurora Reservoir and is unpermittable in Arapahoe County regulation. ALA number 3 only misses about 320 acres, but it is essentially touching planned Reservoir B and is unpermittable. And then we'll get back to the eastward ALA sites, each of which would fail to develop the western end of one or both DSUs. This is AL4. And the remaining slides should be self-explanatory, and in the interest of time, we'll flip through them quickly, but we're happy to answer any questions. We proceed through those. ALA 9, which is one of the CPW proposed reoccupation of State La Plata site, it is worth noting that this is under 2,000 feet from one RBU and under 3,000 feet from another, for which Crestone obtained informed consent for its Phase 2 2025 operations, but not for a third occupation of the site. Here's ALA 10. This is another site that is not permittable under Arapahoe County reservoir setback requirements. All right, on to order requirement number 3. Order requirement number 3 involved the relationship of the ALA sites to the Maverick mineral position and whether any will allow for development. In our November testimony, Crestone maintained that we could not effectively reach and develop the Maverick mineral position from the State Sunlight Long site. Sites further east and south are even more out of range, which applies to most of the ALA sites. AL2 and 3 would likely allow for development of Maverick minerals. However, as discussed above, both of these sites are below the Arapahoe County reservoir setbacks. Order requirement number 5 asked for an investigation of seeking variances to the Arapahoe County setback regulations. First, a quick overview of those setback regulations. The base setback is 1 mile, 5,280 feet. That setback is reducible to 3,000 feet via administrative staff waivers if the pad site can be shown to be downgradient or topographically isolated from the reservoir or planned reservoir. The county has approved sites below 5,280 feet and above 3,000 feet on the basis of that variance, including the State Sunlight Long itself. Our setback map shows a 5,280-foot setback for sites upgrading from a reservoir and a 3,000-foot setback for sites downgrading with the reservoir, but that does already presume that first tier of setback variance. Next, further reduction in reservoir setbacks are possible, but come with some important caveats. First, further reductions have to go through a Board of County Commissioner vote rather than an administrative process. Second, the operator must demonstrate certain requirements for the further reduction to be considered. 2 are critical. One is the consent of the owner and operator of the reservoir. Second, though, is a demonstration of the necessity of a further setback reduction due to topographic or other special conditions of the site location. Insofar that as we have an approved site, the State Sunlight Long, that is fully compliant with Arapahoe County setback rules, and it has in fact been approved under those standards, it's impossible for us to represent to the county that a further reduced setback is required to build this site. Lastly, the Arapahoe County regs do have hard reservoir setbacks that cannot be waived. 2,000 foot for downgradient site, 3,000 foot upgradient. Those hard setbacks would apply to some of the ALAs. To summarize, State Sunlight Long is upgradient and more than 5,280 feet from planned reservoir B, downgradient and more than 3,000 foot from Aurora Reservoir, and was approved administratively. Because this location exists and was approved, Crestone cannot demonstrate the necessity of a further reduced exception setback to the Arapahoe County Board of Commissioners. Stepping back further, we want to reiterate the impact of the Arapahoe County reservoir setback requirements have on the landscape here. And a reminder that this map already assumes that lesser administrative setback waivers were applicable due to topography. Lastly, when we overlay county required riparian setbacks, which are waivable down to 500 feet, which is what is shown here, the landscape is even further constrained. Order requirement number 6 is a verification of the status of Aurora East Reservoir. The plans for Aurora East Reservoir, while reflected in the original Lowry lease tier map, were abandoned by Aurora in 2018. That abandonment was reflected in the 2020 Lowry Asset Management Plan highlighted on the left, as discussed in the hearing in November. Further, Colorado State Land Board re-engaged with Aurora Water as part of their tier map amendment process in January 2026, and the city reiterated its abandonment of these plans and expressed a new desire to retain its boundary in the tier map, and that's summarized on the right. Next, in December, Colorado District Water Court Division 1 issued a decree which, among other things, reflected changes to Rangeview's water rights at Lowry Ranch. Those changes included removal of the rights to defunct planned reservoirs A and D and clarification of the boundaries of planned reservoirs B and C. The map you see below is directly from the court decree. Notably, the revised boundaries of planned reservoirs B and C are reflected in all of Crestone's maps today, as well as in the Colorado State Land Board's revised Lowry lease tier map, which we'll cover next. Order requirement number 7 involved engagement with Colorado State Land Board on revisions to the Lowry lease tier map, specifically around NSO tied to planned reservoirs, as well as other changes. Following the water court decree just discussed in December, the Colorado State Land Board undertook an amendment to the Lowry lease in early 2026 to true up the tier NSO map to present conditions and future land use planning at Lowry Ranch. Additionally, the Colorado State Land Board sought to add an additional NSO, primarily for wildlife protections. It's important to note that as a result of this tier map amendment process, the amount of NSO land at Lowry Ranch actually went up. That NSO is rationally aligned to better protect wildlife and to reflect current plans at the ranch. And I'll provide here a quick overview of the changes. First, NSO with defunct reservoirs was removed. Those being Aurora East Reservoir as confirmed by the city, as well as planned reservoirs A and D as confirmed by the water court decree. Next, NSO associated with the current planned reservoirs B and C was added and specifically aligned to the reservoir boundaries represented in the water court decree and confirmed directly with PureCycle. PureCycle's request an additional NSO buffer of 250 feet was added around the planned reservoirs. Third, in consultation with Colorado State Land Board wildlife experts, State Land Board added a 500-foot NSO buffer around Blackshack Creek and its tributaries. This addition was supported by CPW. Fourth, there was a small area of non-NSO land within the Coal Creek NSO buffer, which is an important buffer area, perhaps ironically tied to ConocoPhillips's original State Sunlight 2322 pad site, with a 2A approved in 2018. Crestone is not planning to pursue the site and consented to returning it to NSO. Finally, here is the final Lowry lease tier map as presented by Colorado State Land Board staff to the board in March. Crestone, as lessee, was party to this process and fully consented these tier map changes. Again, the changes are aligned to the current use and plans at the ranch and include additional wildlife protections, and the changes amount to more NSO at the ranch. This tier map was adopted by 5-0 by the Colorado State Land Board and is reflected in all Crestone's materials you see today. With that, I will turn the presentation back to Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Chair, that concludes our direct presentation on the supplemental information submitted on April 6th in compliance with this Commission's December 12th, 2025 order. We're open to any questions you may have, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back with questions. I do want to inform the members of the public that are listening in that for the first time ever, and we were unaware of this, we have maxed out our Zoom capacity for public to listen in at 1,000 participants. I will note for the public that public comment was not a part of today's presentation. And so if you have tried to get in and you can't get in, you'll still be able to hear and view the full hearing today, and your rights relative to participation are not impacted because this will all be posted on YouTube. I would also note for the record that we have been looking very quickly into if there's an ability to increase capacity. There is not. the cost to increase capacity would require a purchase order under Colorado administrative purchasing, whatever. And so we can't do anything further with this today. We apologize for this unforeseen consequences, but we will make everything available for the public following today's hearing so that everybody can get a full understanding of what happened today. Okay, with that, let's return at 10 a.m. and we'll start with questions at that point in time. All right, we are back at the Energy and Carbon Management Commission on the State Sunlight Long OGDP. Before we move further, let me deal with some process issues. Hearings Manager Thomas, if you could elevate. All right, Hearings Manager Thomas, talk to me about capacity in Zoom. I think you mentioned that we are below the 1,000 threshold at this point. Is that right? I mean, which would mean that everybody's in that wants to be in?
That's correct. We're currently at 925 attendees. The capacity here is 1,000, so there is room for additional people to join at this time.
Okay, and then you've found a workaround if we find a bunch more folks that want to get in over the 1,000, we can figure out a workaround. Is that right?
Yes, and I'll notify you if we hit that point. It would involve disrupting the hearing and having folks re-sign on. If that's a bridge we would like to cross, we can do so at that time.
Okay, that is not a bridge that I want to cross at this point in time. But let's just keep monitoring it and let me know if we get back to a capacity issue, then we will cross that bridge at the time that we come to it. Does that sound fair? All right, and for those listening, we're doing our best. This is a unique situation. We've not had this situation before. We didn't anticipate it. But as state government, we're doing our best to make sure that everybody is involved that wants to listen in. All right, we now have time for questions of the applicant. I routinely do not go first, but I'm planning on going first today. And if my commissioners will accommodate that. All right, I got a number of questions. They're kind of all over the place. Just sort of throw them out there. None are more important than the other. They're all important. So we asked you to do alternative location analysis, and you did 11, and appreciate that. Appreciate your meeting with STAR and speaking with them, as well as meeting with the other state agencies. In particular, I'm interested in your perspective on why the preferred location is more protective than ALA 1 and or 4.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bennett?
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Thank you, Chair Robbins. As it relates to alternative location 1, and perhaps Ms. Wazelenki could skip to share her screen and move to slide 21. We identified significant concerns relative to the access route, the haul route transportation corridor that would be required to access AL1, in addition to concerns with wildlife and biological resources as shown on this slide. On top of that, we're not quite certain that utility power would be able to get to that location. And so that is a differentiator between the already serviceable State Sunlight Long with utility power from Excel, the utility in the area relative to many of these alternatives, but specifically alternative 1. Importantly, egress from AL1 with a pipeline would require the crossing of numerous riparian areas, particularly Coal Creek, to tie into the existing hydrocarbon transportation system to the north. That is State Land Board designated NSO or Tier 1 relative to our lease obligations. Also importantly, any egress from that pad to connect to pipeline to the north would impact some high quality Piedmont grasslands as determined by an independent third-party consultant, as well as comments from the State Land Board that were provided following our in-field consultation. There's some other wildlife resources in the area that both CPW and State Land Board have acknowledged in their comments, both in the field and some of their written submittals. That relates candidly to a prior swift fox den. And lastly, one of the other considerations that went into the determination as to whether or not AL1 was viable was a proximity to some prairie dog towns nearby. CPW had mentioned this in their consultation, and candidly, some of those prairie dog burrows had been previously occupied by the burrowing owl. Although those are inactive nests, they are in close proximity to this location, as well as some mule deer HPH.
All right, I'm going to drill down a little bit. Talk to me about the haul route.
Yes, sir. As has been mentioned in our supplemental submittals, the easiest way, perhaps the most environmentally friendly way to access AL1 is through the Southern Ranch egress off County Line Road. So as you can see from this site-specific map that's shown here, to get to Quincy Avenue, which bounds the ranch on the north side for the purposes of our development, you would have to cross Black Shack Creek to the west, Coal Creek to the east, cross through a reservoir buffer, as promulgated by Arapahoe County. And so using the existing two-track road network, we would head south from AL1, meander our way through the ranch to a point at the ranch boundary in County Line Road, head east several miles, head north several miles, and then back to the west to be able to get to Watkins Road, which, as I mentioned in my testimony, is Arapahoe County's approved transportation corridor for our operations in this area.
And is the 26 additional miles, is that what I think I heard from testimony?
Yes, that is correct. In addition to that road mileage, right, the truck mileage, there's certainly an impact as it relates to mobile emissions from, trucks that burn diesel fuel.
Are you allowed to cross Blackjack and Coal Creek for the roads, or is that not allowed, or is that something that needs to be debated with the State Land Board?
It's my understanding that both of those drainages are considered to be Tier 1, no surface occupancy areas, and the Land Board does have buffers around those features to protect those riparian resources. Prior conversations with the State Land Board about the potential to cross Coal Creek, so east of AL1, were not looked upon favorably. And so I'm reasonably certain that accessing, going through those riparian corridors with an access road, is a non-starter for the Land Board.
So when you say not looked upon favorably, that's from the Land Board?
Yes, sir. It's my recollection.
And so talk to me about the crossing of NSOs. Does the State Land Board allow that? Do they not look favorably upon it? Can they do a variance on it? What's the additional information on that point?
Yeah, a strict reading of our lease agreement and the associated terms would prohibit, crossing any lands that are deemed non-surface occupancy Tier 1 relative to presentation and the depictions you saw here today.
Does your lease allow you to ask for permission?
I believe that opportunity does exist. However, as previously indicated, prior conversations with the Land Board about crossing these features in various locations, including a potential access road to get to AL1, did not appear to be favorable to them. And my indication was we would not get approval if we made such a request.
All right, talk to me about the not certainty of utility power. What does that mean?
But much like the oil and gas industry, there's a significant amount of planning that the utility providers go through as they site their infrastructure, to connect from regional transmission lines, down to site-specific access opportunities. In this instance, the ability to get an electrical right-of-way from the Land Board to take power from the nearest spot into AL1 has not been broached. As you've heard from us previously relative to power in this area, it's an extremely long lead item. We work very closely with Excel. They do their best to service our needs. But to bring utility power to AL1 would probably take several years and require a number of permissions, not only from State Land Board, but more importantly from Arapahoe County as it relates to the necessary rights of way to get from that existing transmission system, into the interior of the ranch to AL1.
All right, another line of questions. Talk to me about the grass issue. That was never broached. The prairie grass, the analysis of it, the cattle rotation. All of that is kind of new, as far as I can tell, new information in the record that is implicating different sites, et cetera. Where did that come from? Why are we hearing from it now? Why was it not part of the record before? How important is it? Just give me some general understanding of the grass and the cattle rotation issues.
Yes, Chairman Robbins, thank you for the question. To put it simply, the Piedmont grasslands and coordination with the ag producer were not an issue as it relates to the proposed State Sunlight Long location. I should mention that our oil and gas lease requires us to coordinate with all of the lessees in this layered leasing situation within Lowry Ranch. Included within that is the agricultural producer. There's several recreational clubs out here that we need to coordinate with on a yearly basis. And so when Crestone originally proposed State Sunlight location, that location was reviewed by State Land Board as well as their agricultural tenant. And neither party had any issues or challenges with how that pad was being sited, how that access was being planned to get to that location, and so on. With the mandate to consider alternative locations above and beyond what were contemplated in the original OGDP filing, as we got to more of the interior of the ranch, these things became more important. As I mentioned, the soils and vegetation types that are found within these Piedmont grasslands are not present at State Sunlight Long. And so as we navigated eastward into the interior, as you can see from the map shown that Ms. Wozlenki is sharing now, these soils are heavily prevalent in the eastern and southern portions of the ranch. When you have that good soil development and the proper environmental conditions, you see these grasses establish themselves. The agricultural producer relies on these areas, as I mentioned, as part of his rotational grazing practices. His herd, their herd, actually has improved these areas over time, believe it or not. And there's some science behind that perhaps I can't get into. However, like I mentioned, as we navigated away from our preferred location, these things became more important. One, because they were present, and two, because the agricultural producer had concerns about disruption in his activities. Again, we're in a layered leasing situation here where we all have equal rights, if you will, within the ranch. And so those were considerations that became very important as we diverged eastward from Sunlight Long.
Do you know, or did you ask the State Land Board about, sort of trying to preserve those issues relative to the grasses and the cattle grazing while potentially thinking through the utilization of some of the alternatives that might impact them? In other words, is it hard and firm that the grasses and the cattle prevail, or is it a co-equal sort of relationship where we ought to be thinking about protections all the way around? Or do you know?
I will do my best to answer that question, Chair Robbins. I will say that the agricultural producer out here has made significant investment into their operations within the ranch. There's a series of stewardship things, if you will, that the State Land Board requires him as an ag producer to undertake. I've spoken to some of those today. His preference, and he was a representative of that operation, was part of our January 13th field consultation. His preference was State Sunlight Long is the best and most fitting location to be compatible with his operations and compatible with his future land use out here. I can't speak to, nor do I want to speculate about what a three-way conversation about a location other than State Sunlight Long may look like involving the ag producer and the land board. But I will stress, as I've mentioned previously today, in the context of the alternatives that we reviewed, we believe that State Sunlight Long is the most protective of public health, safety, welfare of the environment, and biological resources.
All right. Some of these questions would be more apt for the State Land Board, but I understand they're not with us. If they want to show up, that'd be lovely. But at this point, I'm continue to ask questions of you. You articulated changes to the State Sunlight Long location. The well count is reduced by 25%. that reduces the production timeframe or work on site by 25% or thereabouts. Correct me if I'm saying these things incorrectly. And then that also allowed for a reconfiguration of the well pad surface with the facilities and the wells being located further east. First off, did I get that right? And then secondly, if I got that right, can you provide perspective? Was this the best? And I'm not suggesting that's not good. It is good, but I'm trying to get on the record. Was this the furthest, the best that could be done, given all the parameters of this oil and gas location?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As to your first question, yes, the way I understood the various facts that you recited, that is correct. We are agreeing to reduce our well count from 32 to 24, and as a result, we're able to make some design changes to that location that moves our surface appurtenances further to the east from residential building units to the west. As it relates to your second question, I'm sorry. As it relates to your second question, Mr. Harrington may want to chime in here. So Dan, if you do, please let me know. As it relates to your second question, following our engagement with STAR, or in-person engagement with STAR at the beginning of the year, we heard very loud and very clearly that reduction in operational time frame was extremely important to them. That is, reducing the time we're on location with pre-production operations, as well as increasing the distance, whatever that distance may be, increasing the distance from homes to the extent we can. These design changes, as Mr. Harrington alluded to, do not happen easily, nor do they happen overnight. And so we took those comments, that feedback we received from STAR, incorporated into this larger analysis, came to the conclusion that Sunlight Long is the most protective location, and set forth making these changes to gain distance from those residential building units and do what we could to reduce our operational time frame. 215 days, I believe, is what I testified to. That is a significant period of time that we will not be in pre-production operations at this location should it be approved. Mr. Harrington, anything to add?
Yeah, Chair Robbins, just to address your final question around is this the best we can do in terms of the pad configuration? Just to point out a couple of features, you can note that the wellhead to wellhead spacing here is extremely tight. That's honestly a little bit closer than we like to go, but we basically brought it down to the limit to be able to compress both well rows onto the east side of the pad and maximize that setback distance. Further, if you look at the facility, I realize it's a little bit tough to read with the overlays there, but those facilities are stacked pretty close together and moved as far eastward as possible. So the answer to your question is yes.
So yes, this is or this reduction is as much as can be done on this site to try to accommodate the concerns. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's very compact.
Okay. Is it still safe?
It is still safe. Yeah. We wouldn't do that.
Good. All right. All right. I think I might have some questions later, but those are my initial questions. I open the panel up for further questions from our commission. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe, catch a tiger by the toe. Commissioner Messner, you won.
I like it when I'm a winner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I did have a few additional follow-up questions from the chair's questions. And just trying to get a little more information about the different alternatives and making sure that I fully understand the analysis that was done and the things that were considered or maybe not considered. I think I'm struggling a little. So alternative 4, I think you talked, Mr. Bennett, a lot about alternative 1. I did have some questions about alternative 4. And first of all, I'm trying to understand the State Land Board tier that it's on, because there seems to be conflicting information that's being provided in the exhibits that you've given us. it seems like on slide 15, it's in a tier 4 designation, which is a preferred designation by the state land board. And uh, maybe it's slide 13. It's in there somewhere because in the slides that I have, those earlier slides in your presentation weren't numbered, page numbered. And so I'm not sure exactly which one it is. And then in slide 73, where you were kind of identifying different areas that have different tiers associated with the state land board, there seems to be no tier 4 designations in that part of the state land board land, the ranch. And so just trying to get a better understanding of whether alternative 4 is in a tier 4 preferred location or not.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Mesner. Ms. Wozlenki, if you could go to slide 13, for example, to start, that would be appreciated. Thank you. You're asking about where star ALA number 4 resides. As you can see or will see from this map, it's my interpretation, and I believe Mr. Harrington agrees, that location lies within a tier 3 and tier 2 area as designated by the land board. Tier 3
I maybe was getting confused with the different greens. And so now I'm actually seeing that there's a slightly different green color for tier 4 versus tier 3. Is that correct?
We apologize for the difference in colors here. ALA 4 is mostly within tier 3 with a little bit of overlap into tier 2, as you can see here. And if we want to jump to 73, you can kind of see it. The green becomes blue in slide 73.
Okay. That's helpful. I think I was confusing myself there. I can see it now, the different colors of green. So I thought that was tier 4. So that does help. Now, as far as alternative 4 goes as well, and as far as the rotational grazing, the regenerative grazing that's associated with the agricultural operation on this ranch, utilizing primarily rotation between different pastures, and you have maps that show the different fencing associated with that. It does appear that both the preferred location and alternative 4 are within the same pasture, and so shouldn't have, from a fencing standpoint at least, any impact associated with the grazing operations or the infrastructure associated with the grazing operations. Is that fair?
Appreciate the question, Commissioner Mesner. It's my understanding that the market difference between preferred state sunlight long and AL number 4, even though they appear to be in the same pasture, is where they are in the pasture in relation to other features. Importantly, sunlight long is further to the west, which gets away from that interior nature of the ranch, whereas you can see from this map, the vegetation, the associated soil types, and other sorts of biological resources are perhaps markedly different than what's present at sunlight long. I can't speak to the specificity involved with how these pastures were created, other than to say that we have engaged with the producer. As I mentioned, producer is accepting of sunlight long and was not accepting, my words, of many of the alternatives, including AL4 that we presented.
Is that consultation part of the record?
It is not.
Okay, thanks. Trying to also understand a little more about this particular situation. So we've got the rotational grazing, we've got the preferred location, which is in tier 2, I think. Alternative 4 being a combination of, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. The the alternative 4 location being in tier 3 with a little bit of tier 2 associated with it. The information that was provided on the record from the State Land Board states that it is in tier 2 and 3 locations, and there's no information associated with the pipeline corridor. That was the extent of what I saw on the record from the State Land Board, unless I'm missing an exhibit that provides additional details specific to this location from the State Land Board, and if so, please direct me to that. Is there?
Commissioner Mesner, there is no explicit exhibit detailing potential pipeline alternatives relative to State Land Board and importantly, the tiering maps. I will say, however, that there were a couple of pipeline alternatives that were considered in the Piedmont Habitat Assessment that we provided as part of our supplemental filings as well. More importantly, I can talk to you now as to how that infrastructure would be developed. And so if we're looking at AL4, and this is consistent with some of the pros on our slide, as well as what's contained in our narratives, pipeline egress from this location would be to the north, whether it was to the west and crossed Black Shack Creek, or it went to the east and crossed Coal Creek, or northeast, northwest, however you want to frame that. It would impact these sensitive riparian areas that both the State Land Board is protecting through the redesignation of NSO throughout the ranch, as well as the agricultural producer and his use of those riparian areas as part of his grazing practices. So that's extremely important here. Another factor related to AL4 is the transportation corridor, as I explained to Chair Robbins in an answer to his question earlier, that the access would come south of this location out on County Line Road at the southern egress of the ranch, and then to the east, to the north, and back to the west, roughly 26 miles or thereabouts to connect to our, approved transportation corridor via Arapahoe County. There's a couple of other factors here as well. There's some northern leopard frog habitat that's less than 500 foot from this proposed location. It's in high priority habitat both for mule deer as well as pronghorn. There's some swift fox considerations that have been discussed previously, and then the presence of prairie dog towns.
Yeah, thanks for that. Was there any, so struggling with what's on the record here, right? And so trying to fully understand that, but was State Land Board, ag producer, county, or CPW provided kind of any specificity on these haul routes in order for them to provide formal comments on this?
Appreciate the follow-up question. Haul routes were not necessarily a focus of our in-field consultation with the agencies that were present. We truly focused on potential alternative locations and what the pipeline access or access road corridors may look like within the confines of the ranch, not necessarily what the transportation corridor looks when you get exterior to the State Land Board's ownership and property.
Yeah, even interior though, there wasn't any formal map showing where the haul routes could be, the pipeline, the electrical infrastructure that would enable the ag producers, the State Land Board, the county, or CPW to be able to provide more formal comments on the record.
Appreciate the follow-up question, sir. We did discuss during that in-field consultation what access roads may be utilized here. I think there was a general understanding that the crossing of Coal Creek was a hard no, at least as it relates to an access road. And so coming out of the ranch to the south was, I think, known by the participants. Similarly, we talked through, and I mentioned you'll see some representations of the pipeline maps in that Piedmont Habitat Assessment, which CPW also had in their possession at times. We did discuss, again, what those alternatives may look like from a pipeline infrastructure standpoint. I will say that, as you know, third-party pipelines don't necessarily fall under the rules and regulations of ECMC, but that is a consideration that we take into account, particularly in the context of cumulative impacts and our overall disturbance footprint. And so those alternatives or potential alternatives were discussed. There is not a good way to get into or out of these interior components of the ranch, either with new build infrastructure or existing road corridors, et cetera.
Okay, does the state sunlight long pad have access road and pipelines that cross NSO?
I may defer to Mr. Harrington to answer part of this question. I will, because he is much more intimately familiar with the recent changes in NSO relative to our oil and gas lease with the state landlord. I will say that we are improving an existing road that exists on the ranch. It's, I'll call it a 2-track road, roughly 18 feet wide. And in addition to that road improvement, which will actually, help with accelerate erosion and sedimentation, we will have stormwater and drainage controls that do not exist today. We're going to construct the pipeline immediately adjacent to that road to consolidate that footprint and reduce, fragmentation above and beyond that one single corridor.
I
And
appreciate that. I'm sure you're going to do that with any access road and pipeline you create, but the question really was, does it cross NSO?
the answer to that, Commissioner, is no, it does not. As Mr. Bennett said, we're improving an existing access road that is not in the latest round of NSO.
Okay, helpful. Thank you. So again, at least from what I'm seeing on the record, and please, if I'm missing something, which I do sometimes, please let me know. But when I read the CPW written comments, at least, it indicates that all 12 potential locations would be workable with CPW and the operator discussing and agreeing to various wildlife avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures. The one that I think got called out as far as what not being recommended would be AL3, as it has the most wildlife impacts of the 12 potential locations. Is there other more formal? Because a lot of the considerations you're bringing up in some of these alternatives are wildlife related, but is there something else that I'm missing that would indicate that CPW would have problems with any of the other locations?
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Mesner. Your view of the consultation, the formal notes of the consultation are similar to ours. I think you recounted that accurately. I will say that from where we sit, we appreciate the agency's participation in this. We appreciate their willingness to consult multiple times on this project specifically. Frankly, we have some concerns above and beyond what may be indicated in CPW's summary that I've talked through today. For example, high priority habitat and where that habitat is relative to some of the alternatives, particularly AL number 9, although that's an existing location that is within high priority habitat. We've heard from prior proceedings and we've engaged the agency on what makes the most sense. And if we can avoid HPH with a well pad and the operations associated therewith, we believe that that's what we should do as good stewards to the environment, good wildlife stewards. Additionally, I don't want to speak for CPW. And again, I'll stress that we do appreciate their consultation and involvement in this project over its, life of several years.
Okay, thank you. Couple of questions. Again, trying to better understand the alternative location analysis. And Chair Robbins brought this up as well, but was there a formal consultation initiated with Excel as far as making any kind of determinations or feasibility and ability to serve letters or anything like that associated with any alternatives besides the preferred location?
Commissioner Messner, no, that would be the next step in the process. So as Mr. Bennett said, we can't definitively say they can't get to those other locations, but we do know they are farther from the source, which is generally to the north and to the west.
Okay, thanks for that. And same with the county. Were they part of the consultation process as far as looking at alternatives, or was it kind of you overlaying the county regulations and making some determinations based on that?
It was more the latter. Insofar as we have an approved permit from the county, we know that they implicitly approve of or explicitly approve of the original State Sunlight Long site. As to the alternatives, I think we were pretty clear in our testimony. Some would not be permittable, others would. And I don't anticipate a whole lot of variance in the county's opinion of the application of the regs from what we presented.
And then how many times did you meet with Star on this? I know the January one. Was there other opportunities to go into any more depth on any particular locations, or what was that the one?
Sorry, apologies.
No.
Since the December hearing, we met with them once in person, and there was some additional email correspondence as well.
Okay. Really? Yeah, I think you've answered my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll say my voice is getting better. It's still not 100%, but I'll try to make sure I enunciate so you can hear me through this raspiness still. I do appreciate the presentation. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I would like to go into some more detail on a few of them. I think key to me is one of the things talked about is the potential haul route for a lot of these alternatives that was discussed by both Chair Robbins and Commissioner Messner, as well as the pipelines. And this was something that was discussed back in December when we had the presentations on these as well. And especially following up on some of Commissioner Messner's questions, one of the things that he asked about was whether the state land board looked at the proposed haul routes or what the haul routes would be under some of these alternatives. And you indicated that it was not specifically looked at for the entire haul route because that's more of Arapahoe County's issue versus theirs. It was more looked at as the access issue. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Cross, if I understand correctly, that is correct. We talked about interior access roads to get from these alternatives to a external public road, not necessarily what happens once we're on a county road.
And I think similarly with the proposed Sunlight Long location, was it a similar situation there where they looked at access for that, but not necessarily the proposed haul route for that?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement. As has been mentioned, we are improving an existing road to access proposed State Sunlight Long, not creating a new disturbance. And the land board was on board with that approach.
Okay. Can you give us a little more detail on understanding that the haul routes going south and east, and I guess before we get there, the haul routes under the alternatives would have to go south and then east before going north to get up to Watkins. You mentioned that Arapahoe County approved the haul route with respect to Watkins. And can you give a little more detail on why that is? Is it to avoid the people to the west? Can you give a little more detail on that?
Perhaps I can field this one, Commissioner, if you don't mind. The original proposed haul route from State Sunlight Long runs north through non-NSO area entirely on the ranch. It hits Quincy Avenue and turns east, which is off this map. I apologize. In an entirely non-residential area that's industrial and or adjacent to the ranch to the intersection of Watkins Road from which we get to I-70. From the south central AL sites, there's two ways you could do the access road. You could go west over Black Shack Creek, which is the NSO to the west of AL1. You could go east over Coal Creek. As Mr. Bennett testified, those are newly formed NSO. We can't build access roads through those. So the alternative is you head south. If you head south, you're about roughly 1.5 miles to County Line Road, then about 6 miles east, then about 6 miles north, then several miles back west to that intersection with Watkins Road. So the difference between the State Sunlight Long haul route and that southern haul route is 20 plus miles, and the alternate haul route would go past some homes, whereas the western haul route doesn't go past anything.
Okay. And did you have conversations with Arapahoe County about the potential for any of the haul routes going to the south? And did they have any concerns with that?
Frankly, we didn't, because of the incremental distance in the haul route increases our impacts to such a degree. We don't think they're very wise. I'm not going to stand here and say that the county would never approve those, because I don't think that's true. But it's certainly disadvantageous relative to the approved route.
Okay. And similarly, when it comes to the pipelines going in and out, obviously the pipelines are going to be a little bit different, potentially going underneath and boring through the riparian areas. I don't know if you had any conversations with that. It sounds like a lot of the conversations were specific to not messing with the NSO when it came to the haul routes, the access routes. But one, I'm curious about whether there was any discussions about potentially boring pipelines underneath to connect. And if not, can you provide a little bit more information on how the pipeline route would have to look? I know there was some discussion of additional rights of way that would be required, et cetera. But if you could give a little bit more detail on that in terms of not just approvals from others, but also kind of what the path would look like and what kind of disturbance we'd be looking at.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Cross. And Ms. Wazelenki, if you could jump to slide 19, that would be appreciated. So I'll start with, did we consider boring these riparian areas? And the answer is yes. We did a engineering assessment to determine whether or not we could cross Coal Creek in this instance. That riparian corridor is roughly 1,700 feet. Cross it successfully with a boring operation and achieve what would be an open cutless crossing of Coal Creek. Our preliminary results of that assessment determined that it probably is not possible, given the length and, more importantly, what we believe exists in the shallow subsurface and the areas needed adjacent to those riparian corridors to effectuate a bore that long. Importantly, Ms. Wazelenki, could you go up to slide 19 just to focus on the Piedmont soils and grassland types? If we were to bore Coal Creek, we would be disrupting high quality Piedmont soil to the east of Coal Creek that both the state land board has indicated on their comments. I believe it was on AL7 and AL8 is high quality and is very important to that rancher, as did the producer himself. So just to kind of give you an idea of what I was referring to, you could see the shaded areas that are particularly contiguous on the east side of Coal Creek, which for all intents and purposes is the center of the map. And you can see those pastures, if you will, or those divisions running north-south. If we were, and I stress our preliminary assessment seemed to indicate we would not be successful, but if we were to be successful in boring Coal Creek, the exit bore on the east side of that drainage would be smack dab in the middle of high quality Piedmont grassland that both the land board indicated is important to them, and more importantly is important to their producer, who indicated the same as well. From an alternative perspective, into the comment that Commissioner Mesner made previously, if we were using the southern egress of the ranch for our haul route, theoretically the pipeline would be co-located with that access road. So we would go, as Mr. Harrington testified, about 1.5 miles south of those locations to a point on County Line Road, and then have to build a pipeline east, north, and west to tie into regional pipeline networks. Candidly, that would probably not provide for oil pipeline. In other words, we currently have 3-phase takeaway planned for State Sunlight Long. Certainly, having to go south and east with pipeline infrastructure would eliminate the ability to use produced water takeaway via pipeline. And on the oil side, would probably also eliminate the ability to use oil pipeline to move oil from the location off the ranch, downstream of the market.
And as a reason it would become unavailable because of the operational difficulties in moving it, or simply the ability to get the pipeline?
It's actually both. And so, as you may be aware, when you move oil through a pipeline, there's various maintenance activities that need to occur frequently to ensure that, one, that oil is still moving efficiently through that pipeline, and two, that there are no restrictions or constrictions, probably a better way to put it, forming within that pipeline due to precipitate from the fluids that you're moving through that line. It's often referred to as pigging. Depending on the weight of the crude oil produced, and Mr. Harrington probably knows that off the top of his head, you're required to more frequently pig your pipelines to ensure that the interior diameter, the inside diameter of that pipe is free of restriction. As well as the longer the distance of a pipeline, be it gas, be it oil, the more frequently you need to increase your flowing pressures to get from point A to point B. And so if we assume that it would be a 26-mile pipeline to get from any of these interior locations back to the existing pipeline system, it's reasonable to assume that there would be a number of compressor stations on the oil line, in addition to the gas line, required throughout that right-of-way or throughout that corridor to make sure you're able to flow your product from its source to its destination.
And do you have an idea of the additional emissions that would be resultant from those additional compressor stations?
I do not.
That's helpful. And I want to ask sort of a related question to the idea of potentially going south. One of the things that was discussed by Star and addressed by you as well was, I believe it's called the Overland Ranch Plan Community. And you mentioned that using specifically, I believe it was specifically the ALA number 4 would be within 3,000 feet. And I wanted to ask, as I'm obviously not an expert in Arapahoe County's regulations, but within the regulations that Arapahoe County has, is that for the 3,000 foot setback, is that for existing homes, or is that for planned future homes as well?
I can take this. Thanks for the question, Commissioner. First, if you look on this map, if you see section 34 to the southwest there, do you see the southern half of section 34 is not shaded?
Yes.
That is the planned overland ranch community. To answer your specific question, Arapahoe County regs refer to platted lots or existing lots. Overland Ranch, only the west half has been platted. They're starting on the west and moving east. So technically, it's not within 3,000 feet of a current platted lot, but we're trying to look ahead a little bit, and we presume that the east half will eventually be platted as well.
And do you have an idea what the timeline is for the platting of that to occur?
We don't.
Okay. And that's part of the reason I was curious is, looking specifically at this map that's provided, it looks like there's perhaps already some groundwork that's been done. I wasn't sure if that was the case or if that's something existent and that's why they're proposing that area for the community, but that's why
you're looking at dirt work that is literally being done now for the ranch.
Okay. For the ranch or for the community?
Sorry, for the Overland Ranch residential community.
Okay. As we talk about some of the changes that you have proposed, and I want to go into a few different aspects of both the pre-production as well as the production operations of this. So you indicated it's gone from 32 to 24 wells, correct?
Correct.
What I didn't see was the layout or the wellbore spacing plans further out. I was seeing it kind of at the pad level, but do you have a depiction of what the wellbore spacing would be for those 24 as it extends out in the laterals?
We actually did not submit that. It's simply up spacing, right? Our focus today was on the pad layout.
Okay. And part of my question for that was going to be, is it going to change the wellbore spacing as proposed? Obviously, there's going to be less wells, so there's going to be a little bit more spacing between the wells, but I wasn't sure if you were planning to go further north to make sure you'd hit additional minerals, if you were going to go further south and cut off some to the north, kind of what the plan was with respect to that.
Yeah, our intention is to keep the DSUs and the proposed DSU setbacks the same and simply to widen the spacing between the wells.
Okay. Still anticipating being able to drain the minerals as necessary, correct?
That's correct.
But it would not have any impact on potentially draining Maverick's minerals to the north, correct?
No, we would not put any well closer to than and discuss adhering to Maverick's mineral position.
Okay. So that you would still have the same overall arguments as it pertains to it would not be, the frac lengths would not be significant enough to drain any of Maverick's minerals.
That's correct, and we will still retain the non-reduced 600-foot setback, offsetting Maverick's minerals to mitigate their concerns.
Okay. And I'll get into a little bit later. I think the idea of some of the changes that need to be done to the 2A, the 2B, et cetera, that would have to be done if the proposed changes were to go through. Were those proposed changes discussed with CDPHE?
Mr. Bennett, maybe you could speak to the specific conversation with CDPHE, but at the end of the day, our pad is staying within the same envelope, but shrinking and with fewer wells and fewer surface equipment. So it's simply less impactful.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Harrington and Commissioner Cross. Thank you for the question. CDPHE did not have any changes based on the original consultation. As Mr. Harrington says, we are reducing equipment on location. And so there is no concern, that's my understanding, in that regard. As it relates to changes relative to what we're proposing here, we have discussed what happens next if this is approved with ECMC staff. We've committed to working with them to understand what their needs are or will be for these types of changes. And we do recognize that there is an existing process out there when an OGDP needs to be amended that we intend to follow, again, with staff's guidance.
And next up on my list was going to be the utilities, but I think Commissioner Messner's questions with respect to the utilities and the availability answered what I had. Specifically, for clarification purposes, it's not an issue of you saying they won't be able to get it. It's just a matter of saying, and I guess related to that, it's not an issue for you as to potential additional costs to bring in the infrastructure needed to be able to get electric drilling rigs, but you're more so concerned about we would have to get approvals for the additional infrastructure if it was going to be further east.
Approvals for the additional infrastructure as well as the impacts for installing it. Apologize, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. One of the other questions that I wanted to try and make clear, and hopefully it'll clear things up for everybody involved here. Given the three-phase takeaway, are there production facilities on the Sunlight Long location?
Yes, there are production facilities. We're going with a three-phase meter and a limited number of bulk separators.
Okay.
That does allow us to reduce our footprint. That's a much more compact design than individual well separators. That was a change we made in the earlier iteration of the site. And from there, the fluids will go into the three pipelines.
Okay, so it's not going to be a completely temporary situation where you're drilling and then it's gone. There will at least be the separators and some meters up front.
Yeah, we do have to have separators and meters there, but we will have no permanent tanks.
Okay. And I had some questions as well as it went to the Piedmont soils. again, most of them I think have been asked and answered already, and so I'll try and avoid that. But so I'm clear. There was obviously some discussion with the state land board on the importance of the Piedmont soils and the grassland as it pertained to the agricultural operations on the ranch. But I'm curious as well, was there any specific concerns expressed by the state land board or the rancher on the ranch or CPW or anybody else about, I know there was some discussion about the boring through the soils. Mr. Bennett, you mentioned some of the ideas of subsurface, some of the issues potentially with that. Was there any specific discussions about not necessarily the grassland aspect of it, but with respect to the soils itself, and potential impacts that that could have?
Appreciate the question, Commissioner Cross. I heard several elements that I hope I can address accordingly. As you may have seen from our CPW consultation, CPW expressly stated they did not contemplate Piedmont grasslands in their findings, that their findings were strictly limited to wildlife and certain wildlife habitats. As it relates to both, well, I'll start with the land board, I guess. My understanding, the state land board has invested time and money over years to rehabilitate these grasslands and protect these values that are intrinsic to this area for some of the reasons I mentioned in my testimony previously. As it relates to the agricultural producer who grazes this property, it's my understanding that he too holds these values, to be very important and extremely important in his operations. Part of the benefit, if you will, of regenerative agricultural practices or rotational grazing is, this is my understanding, so forgive me, is it mimics, these practices mimic what happened hundreds and hundreds of years ago when the Eastern Plains, for example, were highly populated with bison, right? And those animals would stay, again, my understanding, in a particular area for a short, defined period of time until their food source ran out or a predator arrived or something like that, and they would move on, only to come back at a later date. And so given the investment and the importance of these grasslands to the land board and others, including the Natural Heritage Program, as well as the Nature Conservancy, Arapahoe County has these grasslands mentioned in some of their comprehensive planning documents as well. And the benefit both from a rotational grazing practice as well as a food source to the rancher, the disruption of the soils, which I think is the crux of your question, is important that, that continuity or that contiguity stays as is, particularly in these areas interior to the ranch and on the eastern side of Coal Creek, where we have large continuous blocks of Piedmont that have been successful and have improved over the last 15 plus years with these new practices that have been applied to grazing within Lowry Ranch by their tenant.
So similar to what we hear from CPW when it comes to high priority habitat at times, of having those kind of that contiguous area and not any kind of breakups within the migration corridors, et cetera. They're interested in the same thing as it comes to ranching and the availability of that.
Yes, sir. Fragmentation, I think, is equally important, or lack thereof, right, is equally important to agricultural producers. Certainly the individuals we're dealing with here, as well as CPW. You want to keep those habitat or that habitat intact and undisturbed.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, I think Commissioner Ackerman was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the questions of my fellow commissioners. There might be just a little bit of repetition here, but with a purpose, and so I will forego some of the questions that have been answered satisfactorily. I wanted to kind of re-examine the wildlife concerns that we just talked about. The question was asked, why not ALAs 1 and 4? And one of the primary points of response was, well, we have wildlife concerns there. But in CPW Exhibit 123, and I'm sorry, the Operators Exhibit 123, where CPW's analysis falls, alternative location analysis 1 falls into the same wildlife category as the preferred site, which is, moderate impacts, ostensibly making it from a wildlife perspective equal to the preferred site in bias for or against. While alternative location 4 falls into a more preferable category, the least impactful. And so I'm struggling with holding up wildlife concerns, in this case, wildlife concerns as reasons for, shying away from those sites, as primary reasons for shying away from those sites, while not, kind of recognizing that the preferred location has the same kinds of, or same level of concerns as at least one of those. And that's just kind of a statement to lead me to kind of where I'm going with my, really, I think just one question or point of discussion here. Recognizing that CPW in Exhibit 123 said, hey, we can make all these work. Please don't do number 3, right? But other than that, we can make them work, but we did categorize them for you. So we started this hearing with a statement, as I understood it, that was that the purpose of the ALA was to, I was writing as quickly as I could, but to provide information supporting the proposed site in light of analysis of other sites. And I'm struggling with that concept a little bit, well, more than a little bit here. I didn't see our order as such. I think the order specifically and explicitly ordered a comprehensive and narrative analysis of all feasible alternative oil and gas locations on Lowry Ranch lands, and I won't read the whole thing, but it includes feasible locations to the east, which I think is a very different order than saying, give us support for the existing site in light of examining other sites. This appears to be what was done in that argument with wildlife on sites 1 and 4, as opposed to the preferred site. So I guess this is what I'm boiling down to, is that to me there's a big difference between objectively examining alternative sites as opposed to specifically identifying all concerns with other sites in order to bolster the argument for a preferred location, which certainly leads to selection bias. And I'm leading to, I guess, a question here. In making an argument for the proposed site, did you really look at any other alternative location through the same lens, i.e. with the intent of actually making an argument for that site, rather than all arguments against those sites in preference for the preferred site, with the only positive argument? And my concern is just, as was illustrated with that wildlife discussion, I'm trying to struggle and figure out if all other sites have been analyzed through the express lens of emphasizing any weaknesses as definitive and express reasons not to use those sites, while the preferred sites really just being analyzed through the lens of emphasizing positive characteristics and as definitive reasons to use that site, again, bolstered by this discussion on alternative locations 1 and 4 associated with wildlife. Even though some of those sites may objectively be at least indistinguishable or even superior in some cases, such as the ALA 4 wildlife impacts. So can you please help allay this concern that's building in me as I read these materials and I'm listening to testimony here today, that this was truly an objective analysis that really and squarely attempted to do what, at least in my opinion, we ordered in the previous hearing, which was objectively and earnestly seek for an alternative location that would be that would work. A little bit of a broad question, but I'd appreciate it if you can kind of address those points and help me kind of figure out what your point of view was in this alternative location analysis.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Ackerman, and really do appreciate the lead in. I'll try and start where it makes the most sense. Forgive me if it comes out piecemeal. That is to say, following the proceedings in December of 2025, Crestone went back to the canvas and it was blank, right? We ignored state sunlight long. It's an important consideration. We needed to consider it in the context of the order. We needed to consider it in the context of future operations because it is a protective location. But we looked at the southern part of the ranch, east of sunlight long, and we started over. And we began putting pieces, if you will, back onto that canvas, right? Under which we conducted our analysis. And so the first piece that went onto that canvas and was later reviewed again was our lease requirements relative to NSO and the tiering. And then we inserted state sunlight long. And then we inserted the locations that we previously included as part of an ALA that was submitted voluntarily to ECMC, but was required for our county permit. And then we looked at the locations that STAR had proposed in their filings in late November as part of a prior hearing, and we put those on the map. And we started building that map, layering that map, much like the state land board layers leases on their properties. We layered that map, we layered that canvas, and really allowed our analysis to move forward. I understand your concerns relative to AL1 and AL4 and the references to wildlife. That's just one of many considerations we undertook during this analysis. And so let's for a minute pretend that we didn't address wildlife on any of the locations, including the preferred sunlight long location. And we looked at those other criteria that we've testified to today and that are included in our filings. I will say that I think it's exhibits 113 or 111 through 121, which are individual location by location narratives. There are both positives and negatives included in those narratives that really summarize the considerations we put forth during our analysis. Back to my last point, if we ignore or discount the presence or absence of wildlife at any of these locations, I'll just start with AL number 1. I go back to riparian areas and the need to cross those riparian areas, either with access roads or pipelines or both. If we look at, an access that does not cross a riparian area, that being Black Shack or Coal Creek, we go south, the southern egress of the ranch, that's an additional 26 miles on public roads that are otherwise avoidable. There's some other things that fall within that AL1 location that we took very seriously. When you factor in the totality of all of these, including wildlife, in our non-biased, very objective review, we believe and stand by the fact that state sunlight long is the most protective location of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife, and biological resources for the reasons we testified today.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Bennett. And in the end, I want to state for the record that when I read materials, I do so from an objective standpoint, and I make the assumption that they're being put forth from an objective standpoint. I do want to just record that I think some of the testimony today makes it difficult for me to think that there wasn't some biased lens associated with attempting to prove up the existing site. And so I continue to struggle with that, and I do appreciate your response. I think that's all I have for now, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner AG Bedreau, before we turn to Commissioner Oath, do you have any comments? I appreciate the points made by Commissioner Ackerman. Do you have any comments on, this process is new and unique. We've not done it before. Do you have any comments on what the task was and what the operator's burden is and this equivalation of the ALA and then, here we are back at Sunlight Long? And if not, that's fine too. I just saw you elevated.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Ackerman accurately described what was in the Commission's order from December 12th as to what Crestone was ordered to do: a comprehensive and narrative analysis of all feasible alternative oil and gas locations on the Lowry Ranch. And then there's quite a lot of detail in there. As to, I believe you asked about the burden. The burden is in OGDPs is always on the applicant to demonstrate whether or not their OGDP complies with ECMC rules. And so as it would apply to the proposed location, whether that proposed location meets ECMC rules, particularly or usually in the context of the information provided in the Form 2A. Sorry, I forgot your third question.
Me too. But thanks for providing some perspective on that.
Sure.
All right, Commissioner Oath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really only have a couple of questions because most of my questions have been covered. So with respect to the redesign of the proposed site, you noted that you were able to reduce the number of wells, as we've talked about a number of times, but that also allowed you to shift the facilities further east, and so that they're now over 3,200 feet away from the nearest residential building unit. And going back previously, I think that the number was that they were just over 3,100 feet. Am I remembering that correctly? So we're talking about a difference of about 100 feet.
Thank you for that question. The difference, the delta in wellheads to the nearest RBU is exactly 100 feet. We improved it by 100 feet.
Okay. Thank you. And then can you talk to me about your proposed development schedule, so timeline for construction, drilling, and completions as we stand here today? I think when we talked last November, you were looking at constructing in the first quarter of 2026. So we'd just like an update.
Yes. If we get to approval, we are likely going to look at access road construction starting in 2026. We get to pad construction around the end of the year. And if you may recall, we are attempting to do pad construction during leopard frog rumination season, which is during the winter. So that would be the objective. Is it total duration? We'd be looking at roughly 327 days for drilling and completion at the reduced well count.
So drilling would begin in, you're thinking, first quarter of 2027 and go ultimately kind of through all of 2027, and you're still contemplating one occupation?
We are committing to one occupation, so that is the plan. As to the specific timing, it does depend how construction goes. You'll recall that this is a UXO mitigation area, so we need to have UXO sweep crews out with our road and pad construction. So it's a little hard for us to be super specific on construction timing, but starting sometime in the first half of 2027 is definitely desirable.
Commissioner Oath, if I might add, the timeframes that Mr. Harrington referenced, as I testified to, were significantly less than what was originally contemplated in our OGDP, roughly 215 days less. As Mr. Harrington also mentioned, there are a number of wildlife considerations that are incorporated in our activities here. Northern leopard frog season, the presence of HPH as it relates to access road construction. And so when you combine all those together, it is going to be a very well choreographed ballet in terms of how we are able to proceed with this project.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had.
Further questions for the applicant? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. Just a couple of follow-ups based on my other commissioners' questions, or the other commissioners' questions. And it's okay if you may not know this, but I'm trying to remember as we look at or consider the landscape for the potential for haul routes or pipelines south. There was another operator that has an approved location, I believe, in that vicinity with a requirement for takeaway to occur from the south. And so I guess and in that hearing, and I'm not trying to bring that hearing into this hearing, but it seemed like it was contemplated that it was possible to be able to tie into takeaway on the southern part of the Lowry Ranch. I guess I'm wondering why you think it may not be possible.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe we're talking about GMT's operations. I can't speculate to the specificity of their plan, but I do know that is their pipeline likely right-sized for their operation. And notably, they aren't building along the shortest route, which would be due north through that NSO area. They are choosing to go all the way around on the south side. So
So potentially technically feasible though.
If we want the impacts of 20 miles of build instead of 3, yes.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the technical feasibility as we look at the landscape of the different alternatives. So appreciate that. Um, I just wanted to get a little more information about the spacing element with the new well configuration, and appreciate always a good idea to use the least amount of wells possible in order to be able to completely drain drilling and spacing unit. But what is the feet, the spacing between the wells now that you are able to fully drain the DSU?
The distance between the wells will grow up to roughly, I believe, 600 feet radius, close to 600 feet.
At 600 feet, you feel like you can hit all of the minerals at a radius.
It's safe to say that that 24 wells will recover less total oil than 32 wells. That's just physics. But we will be able to evenly drain the DSU of those number of wells.
Okay. Thanks. Those are the only two follow-ups I had.
Any further final questions for the panel at this point? All right, Ms. Jost, thank you for the panel. Hold your folks in abeyance. We're going to probably want to hear from them one more time after we hear from the rest of the parties to this. Let's take a 10-minute break and return at 11:26.
Thank you, Chair.
Uh, Hello, welcome back. The host has disabled my video. All right, now the host is allowing me to appear visually. I don't know if I have a problem the way I look or what, but welcome back. All right, we've now had the presentation from Crestone, and we've had the Q&A. I think at this point, Ms. Joseph, see you visualize. Did you have anything further at this point?
I did not, Chair. I just didn't know if there was anything needed prior to moving on to Maverick.
Okay, then with that, I believe we will elevate Mr. Stephen Lewis Prescott, and he has an opportunity to present Maverick's whatever case they have at this point in this proceeding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, Crestone, Star, and the public for being here today. And thank you for giving Maverick a chance to respond to Crestone's new proposal for the State Sunlight OGDP. Maverick prepared a brief statement and asked me to present it today. Maverick maintains that granting the OGDP will result in statutory violations related to correlative rights, waste, and drainage. Maverick has two primary points to make at this time. Maverick's first point pertains to feasibility of developing Maverick's minerals from Crestone's preferred location. Crestone's new slide 54 regarding alternative location number 5 shows that Crestone can feasibly develop almost all of Maverick's acreage in the south half of Section 18 from Crestone's original and preferred surface location. For demonstrative purposes, I'll share an extrapolation of Crestone's slide 54. I believe I can do it. Am I sharing the wrong document, or do you see the from Crestone slide 54?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Chair, if I may, I apologize. Just for purposes of the record, we're just going to register an objection to this based upon the requirements of the pre-hearing order that we're required to file anything on the 15th, just for purposes of the record. Thank you.
Okay, objection noted.
Here we see the area that would be developed in the unit for alternative location number 5. You see it in the top, and this again is coming from Crestone slide 54. And if we extrapolate that area in green to the preferred location, this extrapolation down below, we see that the area to be developed would include most of Maverick's acreage right here. So again, this is just responding to and showing that feasibility is there for developing Maverick's minerals. Maverick's second point pertains to Crestone's burden of proof in its new proposal. This is something Commissioner Cross questioned Crestone about earlier related to reduction of wells and lack of a wellbore diagram presented. Crestone's response to the questions failed to discuss some key points. Crestone's new presentation proposes a reduction in the number of wells and does not state how many wells will be drilled east versus west. This is a material subsurface change, but Crestone did not address issues related to Maverick's minerals, such as drainage, with the new proposal. This is an issue for Crestone, which has the burden of proof and has to show that the OGDP complies with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission Act, including protections related to waste, correlative rights, and drainage. All the evidence presented and relied upon previously by the Commission regarding drainage and drainage distance and violations of Maverick's statutory rights and protections was premised on drilling 32 wells in the OGDP with a defined number of wells drilled east and west. The new proposal is 24 wells, but the DSU size doesn't change, and we don't know how many of those wells will be drilled to the west. This impacts that analysis. It impacts the analysis of drainage, waste, and correlative rights. Fewer wells in the same size unit indicates the need for greater frac distances for economic and efficient recovery, since there is more space necessarily between the wellbores. This further supports Maverick's evidence that significant drainage occurs from 600 feet to 1,260 feet as seen in Exhibit B16 from Maverick's previous presentation. So the new proposal from Crestone would only increase the likelihood of uncompensated drainage of Maverick's leases. Because Crestone has failed to disclose the necessary information for Maverick and the Commission to analyze Crestone's revised proposal and its impacts on Maverick's leases, Maverick does not believe Crestone has met its burden of proving the revised OGDP will not drain Maverick's leases, will not cause waste, and will protect correlative rights. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Those were the only 2 points Maverick wished to make today.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have questions on the 2 points from Maverick? All right, seeing none, Mr. Lewis Prescott, we'll let you move on and stick around. We've got a continued large day ahead of us.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can keep going. Mr. Foote, are you with us?
I am.
Are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm trying to pull up a PowerPoint slideshow. I think that's being pulled up now. If you can see it, then I will be ready to go.
Yes, we see it. It's not in, nope, there you go. Now it's in presentation mode. But before you move into do you have any witnesses, or are you just going to present on behalf of STAR?
Just my presentation.
Okay, very good. Then go ahead.
All right, great. Well, good morning still, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before we get going on substance, STAR needs to say a word or two about process for the record. Community groups have always been at a huge disadvantage when going against the industry, but nowhere has it been more apparent than this supplemental submission process. STAR reached out to Crestone in good faith in December to try to have an iterative discussion about the Sunlight Long location. We met at the beginning of January and clearly outlined our preference for a different location to protect health and safety of the community and the reservoir. STAR has always advocated for a different location, but where specifically has always been up for a good faith discussion. But instead of any kind of follow-up, 4 months later, STAR got notice at 10:30 on a Monday night of all these supplemental materials dropped by Crestone, and then without any consultation is given a week to fully analyze and file a slideshow and written comments coming in at a fraction of the pages that Crestone submitted. Somehow this was the exact process Crestone verbalized a preference for in a status conference with the hearings officer in January, yet also somehow that suggestion became the dictated process with zero conferral or consultation with intervening parties. But from the perspective of what Crestone actually submitted, it was clearly designed to justify the original conclusion, just like its first alternative location analysis, but with more exhibits. And it still doesn't really comply with the Commission's December 12th order. For example, did Crestone really examine all feasible locations as the Commission ordered, or did it ignore identifiable locations that could have been feasible? We'll talk a little bit more about that later, and actually there's been some Q&A about that previously. But suffice it to say here, Crestone did not seem sufficiently motivated to explore all feasible locations. In addition, Crestone's cumulative impacts analysis did not follow the Commission's order, which required a robust impacts evaluation considering all the other recently approved OGDPs in the area and how Sunlight Long would contribute to those impacts. This is particularly relevant here because Sunlight Long is one of many OGDPs being developed around the same time in the same general area, and it happens to be closest to where a lot of people live. Crestone instead spent most of its analysis talking about how it is reducing impacts of the current Sunlight Long location versus prior tabletop versions of Sunlight Long, and not how Sunlight Long and Crestone's preferred location will actually significantly impact wildlife and public health, given the other development in the area. In a couple of slides, we're going to reprint the map we put in our written response, which outlines what we're calling the feasibility zone, because we can't really come up with anything catchier than that. There are 3 locations Crestone detailed within an approximately 325 acre area in sections 25 and 26 that fall within this feasibility zone. We'll highlight those 3 locations. And while you're thinking about those locations, perhaps you can also engage in a thought experiment. That is, had this 325 acre area been the only land available to Crestone to develop minerals in this geographic area, would Crestone have, one, drawn its DSUs the way it did? And two, would Crestone be able to get county and ECMC approval for a site in that area? STAR submits the answers to those questions is number one, no, Crestone would have drawn its DSUs differently to capture as many minerals as possible. And number two, yes, it would have been able to gain approval for a location in that area. Keep in mind, STAR has actively participated in suggesting alternative sites. And to be frank, for a group of non-industry, non-technical experts, the sites STAR came up with turned out to be pretty darn good. But this proceeding shouldn't be a community group trying to do Crestone's job and an intervening party meeting the applicant's burden. Crestone should be focusing on coming up with a feasible location that follows the mitigation hierarchy instead of trying to find ways to pick apart everyone else's suggestions. Before going fully into the feasibility zone, it needs to be restated again that Crestone's preferred sunlight long location is not protective of public health and does not follow the mitigation hierarchy. Other locations avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts much more effectively than Crestone's preferred location. In addition, despite taking 4 months to work through and file its supplemental materials, Crestone still failed to follow the Commission's order. For example, paragraph 14A of the order says Crestone must submit a comprehensive and narrative analysis of all feasible alternative oil and gas locations on Lowry Ranch lands. And Crestone didn't do that here. Instead, it found things wrong with everybody else's suggestions without trying to come up with something that truly worked. Additionally, the Commission will recall paragraph 14B of its order, which said, as to each potential oil and gas location considered, Crestone must analyze the relationship between any targeted but non-recoverable minerals and any improvements in the protection of public health, safety, and welfare, which it just didn't do. Instead, Crestone merely declared its preferred location protective, overlooked any adverse impacts, particularly to public health, and then found things wrong with all the other alternative sites. There was no analysis of the relationship between alternative sites and increased protectiveness. Their thought process seemed to have been, well, we think our preferred site is protective, so we don't really need to go into any further details than that. This feasibility zone outlined in lime green really represents the sweet spot between competing interests in this case. It's all non-Tier 1 state land board land, and the vast majority of minerals within Crestone's DSUs can still be accessed while following the mitigation hierarchy. Again, think about Crestone applying for an OGDP within this area. It absolutely would be approvable. STAR feels quite confident the obstacles mentioned related to ALAs 1, 4, and 5 in Crestone's supplemental materials could be overcome, just like they were overcome with Crestone's preferred location. For example, getting a waiver for a haul route to cross a Tier 1 land, which Crestone did for its preferred location last year. Now, are there adverse impacts with ALAs 1, 4, and 5? Yes, of course, just like there are with Crestone's preferred location and with all of Crestone's other locations within the cap. Crestone's attempts to disqualify most other alternatives because those pipelines would cross riparian areas and Tier 1 lands just simply ignores the fact that its current already approved locations already do that. It wasn't disqualifying for those locations, but somehow they would be disqualifying for Sunlight Long's alternative locations. Crestone submitted its own stoplight graph in Supplemental Exhibit 122, but Crestone's graph left off something vitally important, and that is the impact of its preferred location on public health in neighborhoods and at the reservoir. So this is what a stoplight graph would look like if it took those essential things into consideration. You'll notice we put 4 alternative locations in here. ALA 9 was suggested by the CPW, and STAR thinks that's a great location with the fewest adverse impacts. But STAR is also realistic in that it leaves out almost 40% of the minerals from Crestone's DSUs. The other locations, that is ALAs 1, 4, and 5, all fall within the feasibility zone, and they all have far less impacts overall than Crestone's preferred location. For example, CPW's information shows ALA 4 and 5 would be more protective of wildlife than Crestone's preferred location. It certainly would also be more protective of public health. ALA 1 is neither more nor less protective of wildlife than Crestone's preferred location, according to the CPW, but far more protective of public health. And comparing Crestone's preferred location versus ALAs 1, 4, and 5, None of those locations will be without wildlife impacts and access road impacts. It's telling how Crestone uses wildlife impacts and pipelines and roads as disqualifiers in its analysis of alternative locations, yet does not apply the same standards to its preferred location. And let's not forget, there's already existing oil and gas operations in those general areas. Clearly, those operations were approvable and possible, and they are now operating. So when you look at a more representative stoplight graph, it becomes even that much clearer that ALAs 1 and 5 are very good options that follow the mitigation hierarchy and access the most minerals. ALA 4 is a good option too. It gets a yellow light for being close to a planned future development to the southwest, as has been currently discussed in Q&A. However, it should be noted, Arapahoe County and the ECMC did not see that as an issue when approving the GMT Secret Stash OGDP last year, which is closer to that future development than ALA 4 would be. The bottom line here is if Crestone isn't going to follow the mitigation hierarchy, the Sunlight Long OGDP should be denied. If Crestone is going to continue dancing around alternative sites in an effort to further justify its preferred site, the OGDP should be denied. If Crestone is interested in truly finding an alternative site that follows the mitigation hierarchy, STAR has always said it's interested in participating in those solutions-based discussions. So if the commission is not inclined to deny the OGDP because of the reasons that I just stated, we would ask the commission to continue to stay the application until Crestone finds a truly feasible alternative location, because they are out there. Either way, STAR asks this commission to make sure Sunlight Long is not developed in its currently proposed location. Thank you very much, commissioners, and be happy to take any questions.
All right, commissioners, questions for Mr. Foote? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Foote, for the presentation. I want to ask a little bit of clarifying question as it pertains to the stoplight demonstrative that you applied there as well. What was your basis for this? Will be helpful as we pull it up here to make sure.
Yeah, apologies. I should have just kept it up.
As you look at slide 7 there, you have the red for the distance to homes, distance to the reservoir, and then the yellows and ALA number 4 for distance to home. What was your measuring distance? What qualified as green versus red versus yellow?
I don't think we had a specific distance in mind that we were measuring. I think the red stoplight best represents the fact that Crestone did not talk about this at all in their stoplight graph and in their presentation. They completely left out the fact that this site, even if it would go down to 24 from 32 wells, would still be very impactful to people that live in the general location.
Okay, and part of the reason I was curious about this is the proposed site, even before the changes, was about 3,100 feet away from the closest RBU, correct?
Correct.
But under ALA number 4, even with the proposed locations, wouldn't it be 3,000 feet away from that? And this is where I'm partially curious about where yellow versus red comes in. I know Commissioner Ackerman talked about some implicit biases as you're looking at the alternatives, but doesn't that depict the same thing here if you're kind of arbitrarily saying the 3,000 feet here is red, but the 3,000 feet there is yellow?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that question. So yes, the difference here, of course, is that there's no homes that are currently built, and even half of the area is still not even platted. So we don't know when homes are going to be built in the overland area. But I think it's, I suppose, fairly safe to assume they're not going to happen within the next year. And so it's yellow because, yes, it's close to, at least the drilling completions phase would be close to an area that at some point will be homes, but it's far different than the 865 homes within a mile that currently exist of the preferred location.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And the other thing I wanted to try and talk about was you mentioned the haul route, and I don't want to testify for you, so I just want to make sure I'm consistent with what your argument is. The biggest obstacle that they're talking about is not being able to do the access route for the haul route as well as the pipelines, because as Crestone is saying here, they would have to go through Tier 1 NSO. But you're saying that could be a possibility still. If it's shown not to be a possibility, does that change your opinion on the viability of these other sites?
Well, so first, I do want to say we don't really have access to all of their haul routes and pipeline routes information, so we'll just have to kind of make assumptions based on what we've heard today. But secondly, it's hard for me to speculate. I mean, I think it's pretty apparent that they haven't really gone that route to see if they can get exceptions, assuming whatever the haul route and the pipeline route would be. But at that point in time, if they came back after this was stayed and said, we tried with CPW, we went through a process to get an exception and they just said no, I mean, I think that would be meaningful information. But I think I would want to know after that, okay, is this the only route that you could use an alternative, or is there another route that could be used that would maybe be a couple miles longer? Have all the options been completely addressed here and we just have no options left? Those are the types of questions that I would want to know before answering your question specifically.
And so I assume by that, especially as you said, is there another route that would potentially be another couple miles longer? The potential incremental increase for truck miles, which is something that was raised by several STAR members during the 511 hearings. I take it you have not done any kind of analysis on emissions resultant from the incremental miles for a potentially longer haul route.
Well, I think that we have that from Crestone's cumulative impacts analysis, and I'm not here to say that additional miles would be preferable, certainly with GHG emissions, although one could argue if we were totally concerned about GHG emissions, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place. But putting that aside, I think that when you weigh all the impacts all together, there's some impacts that I think should get more weight than others. And one of the really important impacts that's again represented on the stoplight graph is the fact that the preferred location is very close and will have really big impacts on a heck of a lot of people. And so there's a public health impact, an acute public health impact with that kind of location.
Okay, thank you that's my only questions.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. Just a couple questions. I appreciate STAR taking the time and effort to propose locations. I guess my question is, what's your sense of your clients, where your client's at? I mean, let's say the applicant decides that they're going to choose one of your locations. Does that mean that the STAR as an organization wouldn't oppose them moving forward with one of those locations and would remove their opposition to this?
If one of the locations within the feasibility zone were proposed, I don't think STAR would be opposing this.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. Appreciate that. As part of the testimony today, one of the points that came up with choosing some of those locations farther to the east was the questionability of whether or not they could be electrified, pursuant to the CAP requirements. Secret Stash, in the end, as I recall, ended up not being able to be electrified. Maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there. Am I wrong there? I might be wrong. Yeah. My point is that if we ended up with a situation where a pad couldn't be electrified, does that cause STAR concern over and above the great reduction in emissions that would be achieved if it were drilled from an electrified pad in a current and preferred location? Does that make sense?
Yes, I think it would, although at this point it's pure speculation. If this was something, I guess maybe related to a question that Commissioner Cross asked earlier, if Crestone had gone through all the steps and Excel had definitively said, we just can't build power out there, then we're in a different situation than we are now. But right now what we have is, well, this could be an issue. We just don't really know. And it's really hard to find that to be definitive.
Thank you. And so I asked that question in clarification to Commissioner Messner's question that to kind of drive home the point that all things equal, STAR may not be in opposition, but if it materially changed things, it could cause concerns for STAR. Would that be accurate in stating that?
We can only operate off the information that we have. What we have currently is well, I'm not going to re-summarize it for you, but if there were something, if something was to come back in this application saying you can't electrify, you just cannot electrify ALA 1, ALA 4, but you could 5, that could change the analysis, absolutely. But we can't base that off of Crestone just saying this may be a problem when we don't have any information about the information that they've tried to obtain in the discussions they've had with Excel. We can't cross-examine something that we don't have.
Yeah, thank you. Understood. Was just trying to get a feel for that, and so thank you. I guess my other question is that, from our perspective, at least from my perspective as a commissioner, I'm looking at things from a very cumulative standpoint, right? A very utilitarian standpoint in determining the best location, which location does the greatest amount of good given the constraints and benefits and costs that we have. And so I understand that STAR's, at least I believe that STAR's primary objection is proximity to homes, and that is something that certainly we think of. That said, it's squarely within the standards that we've set forth as acceptable in our regulations in the past. And so then I'm left to kind of ponder, okay, but then it includes crossing NSO, potential sensitive riparian areas. You're modifying a pipeline and a haul route to include significantly more emissions and truck traffic. And so I guess I'm looking for your response on kind of the cumulative impacts perspective. Are you focused squarely on proximity to homes, or do you have concerns or all those other concerns allayed so long as there's no proximity to homes?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So I think, well, again, I think the slide is instructive to our thinking. Of course, we look at all of the impacts. We look at the impacts ranging from grassland to wildlife to other impacts, as well as how close it is to a lot of people. And how close it is to people is that's a very important consideration. However, if it was somewhere else that had extensive impacts to wildlife, I think that would be part of what STAR would consider when making its recommendations. But when it comes to this area in the feasibility zone, the wildlife impacts, as has been noted in prior conversation by yourself and others, are actually less on 2 of these locations than the preferred location. And so that is a good thing. What would be very much less is the impacts on people with these locations. And as to the issue about having to cross riparian areas, again, not ideal. When you put in a large operation like this, there's going to be impacts, period. So the question is, how can you, and I think Commissioner Ackerman, you addressed this, or you said this very well, how is it that you can overall look at the impacts and what's going to have the least amount of cumulative impacts? When you consider the fact that there are 865 homes within a mile of this proposed location, even if it's 24 wells, that's going to be substantial impacts on those people and the reservoir, not to mention. And so I think all those need to be put into the consideration. And if there's other areas that are farther away that don't have extensive wildlife impacts, then those should be considered feasible. And the commission's order was to examine all feasible locations. As to the riparian areas, it's, again, not ideal, but this is also something not unique. Even within this development, there are other locations that have their pipelines that cross riparian areas. And so we don't like that, but we also don't think that it's something that should disqualify a ALA consideration, which Crestone has attempted to do. You're muted.
Commissioner Ackerman, you're muted.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Foote. And then just some follow-up there on the haul routes and specifically, if haul routes are shifted to the south there, then it was testified that they would pass much closer to existing residential areas, albeit not the residential area inhabited by the majority of the members of STAR. It would be a different residential area with significantly increased emissions. And so this is a very difficult social issue that we deal with, is that, the farther from me is better, but from our perspective, cumulatively, farther from point X but closer to point B must be considered by us as well. And so do the additional significant emissions of a southern haul route and the proximity of that haul route to existing residential areas cause you some concern, or is that not really part of the equation for STAR?
I think it would, of course, cause concern, but the big distinction here again is that these are residences that have not been built yet. And also with the knowledge that the biggest truck impacts by far are during the construction, drilling, and production, or before the pre-production phases, then I mean, we don't know when the houses are going to be constructed, but I think it's safe to assume they won't be constructed before those biggest impacts are done. So not a perfect situation, but not quite the same as if the route had to go through another densely populated, already built up area, which would not be the case here.
Thanks for your response, Mr. Foote. Thanks for your work on this and for that of your client.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Foote? All right, Mr. Foote, just to kind of provide you, and again, I appreciate your involvement here. I appreciate STAR's involvement. You guys have done a good job of providing good perspective to commission as we ponder this proposal. First, and as I pointed out at the outset, are you in agreement that the commission is not really in a place to pick and approve a different site than the one that is part of the application, that we are constrained to either approve, deny, or conditionally approve the site that is part of the application, and that's because we don't have all the underlying documents for the other sites, the 2A, 2B, cumulative impacts, et cetera? I
don't know if I would totally agree with that. I think I could argue that it could be a condition of approval that the commission could hand down under the rules, but we may have to agree to disagree about that. How would we do that if we don't have all the underlying permit requirements? There's not been a completeness review of any of the other sites. There's not been a 2A, there's not been a 2B, there's not been a cumulative impact. So I'm going to push back a little bit. How is it that you even think that we have an ability to approve a different site versus, I think what your client would say is deny this site and give direction to pursue a different site? That would be the cleanest, yes. But I think a condition of approval would be it could be approved as long as you submit a Form 2A that complies with our order. And our order is it should be somewhere within zones or sections 25 and 26. The feasibility zone, whatever you want to call it, it would be kind of not an elegant way to do it necessarily, but I think one could argue it could be under the rules and the commission's authority. Okay. So my next question, it's kind of a sort of fundamental question. In your slide, you've got your stoplight analysis, and distance to reservoir for state sunlight long proposal is red. Distance to homes is red. What rule or rules of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission are not being complied with that would allow you and your client to determine that the proposed location is not compliant? And that question is actually broader. Upon what rule or rules are you relying upon to request this commission deny the state sunlight long application and its proposed location? I think the commission can deny this based on CRS 3460-106 2.5A, which says, in exercising the authority granted by this Article 60, the commission shall regulate oil and gas operations in a reasonable manner to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare in the environment and wildlife resources, and shall protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource resulting from oil and gas operations. So the language there, I would argue, protect is different than minimize adverse impacts. It's in addition to, if it's found to not be protective, and we argue, and we've said many, many times, and there's evidence in the record, sufficient evidence in the record to support, this is not a protective location as currently proposed. So I'm going to point you to the statute, which I think is one better than the rule, that you all could rely upon to deny this because it's not protective. Okay, thank you very much. And a corollary to that is you're not
providing us with specific rules that we've adopted that are not being met, but rather it's the reference to 2.3461 and 62.58. Is that right?
There are a number of rules that incorporate this standard that I think one could cite, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. But there are a number of rules that talk about the necessity to protect and minimize adverse impacts. And I think those rules would follow the analysis that I gave you on the statute.
Okay, the only one that I found is 307B, which reads approval. The commission may approve an oil and gas development plan that complies with all requirements of the rules and protects, minimizes adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment and wildlife resources. Corollary, if the commission determines that, and this is Romanet 2, if the commission determines that oil and gas development does not provide necessary reasonable protections for or minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources, or fails to meet the rules of the commissions. So that's, as I read it, that's our rule adoption of section 2.5. So I'm just trying to help here, but I really want to get a record that's correct here. So I find Rule 307 to incorporate Section 2.5 of the statute. I do not find other sections of our rules that further adopt that. I think all the other rules that I've looked at are more specific, and they codify the provisions of 2.5. Do you have anything further to add, or are you in agreement at this point?
Well, I think the word "or" in there is quite a telling word, and I would love to have an opportunity, and Star would have loved to have an opportunity to further brief this issue if it's dispositive in your decision making.
Well, I think that's the whole point of the petition, is to provide us with the analysis, but I'll leave it at that. Any further questions of Mr. Foote? All right. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you to the participation of your client with us this afternoon. It's an afternoon. It's 12:05.
Thank you.
I'm inclined to take a break, give commissioners an opportunity to go over our notes, get a little bite to eat before we move forward. Commissioner Messner?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could request an executive session on some legal questions regarding this application and proceeding that could happen before lunch, it could happen over lunch, but did have some questions that I think would be important before I deliberate.
Okay. Hold on just a second, Ms. Jost. When one commissioner asks for executive session, our general perspective is that we will have an executive session because we want to honor the concerns and thoughts of that. I think I've skipped something, which is before we get to that, and I apologize, Ms. Jost, I'm not trying to move forward, but I believe if I let you say something, you would say, hey, wait, I had rebuttal right.
Chair, that's true. And we have 9 minutes. We had 10 minutes. We are ready to go. We think it could be actually good to maybe wrap up this portion.
I agree completely. And I apologize for jumping the gun. Okay, commissioners, what we're going to do is we're going to do rebuttal. And then if there's any Q&A on rebuttal, and then I anticipate we'll take a break that will encompass the executive session that we, assuming all of us agree that we want to go into that. So with that, Ms. Jost, thank you for reminding me subtly, and you are recognized for rebuttal.
Thank you so much, Chair. Crestone would like to start this rebuttal by addressing several statements made during Star and Maverick's presentations. Mr. Bennett, could you please provide the Commission with Crestone's position on Star's presentation?
Thank you, Ms. Jost. First, I would like to start by addressing Star's feasibility zone map. There are several glaring mistakes with the drawing provided by Star. The proposed reservoirs are incorrectly labeled. There is no Reservoir A. What is shown are Reservoir B in the north and Reservoir C in the south. Importantly, Star used incorrect buffers around the Aurora Reservoir, as the applicable buffer is 3,000 feet, and around Reservoir C as well, as the applicable buffer there is also 3,000 feet. All of this information was accurately represented in Crestone's filings and used to inform our supplemental analyses. As for Star's purported feasibility zone, consistent with my earlier testimony, there are a number of challenges with what has been deemed, quote, feasible for viable alternative locations. Much of this area falls within the Sandy Foothills ESD and areas that have been determined through field assessment to contain good habitat coverage and indicator species with limited negative habitat indicators in terms of Piedmont grassland habitat. Other challenges include the overlapping of this area with portions of a quarter-mile swift fox den buffer, which is a feature CPW specifically referenced in its recent consultation. Two other factors that STAR fails to acknowledge in their feasibility assessment are the proximity of this area to riparian corridors, both from a county setback perspective and potential impacts to these features from linear infrastructure, and the required transportation corridor and corresponding haul route, as this area would require the use of the Southern Ranch egress and corresponding haul route previously discussed today. Regardless of the status of Overland Ranch, this transportation route traverses past a lot more homes than the proposed route does. Second, there are fatal flaws with STAR's version of a stoplight chart. Rather than belaboring these points, I will make two quick observations. First, the key points shown in the table are extremely limited in regards to everything that was analyzed and considered in these supplemental assessments, as well as the fact that STAR fails to rank cumulative impacts resulting from their preferred alternatives, which is inconsistent with their external messaging, social media propaganda, and other forms of media communications. Most importantly, as this commission knows, there are no residential building units within 3,000 feet of the proposed state sunlight long location, which confirms compliance with both ECMC and Arapahoe County siting requirements. Yet, STAR has this colored red. Ironically, there are two residential building units within 3,000 feet of AL number 9, one of which is less than 2,000 feet from the present-day working pad surface. Yet, STAR has this colored green. In my opinion, their logic is flawed, and in this context, I once again offer that the proposed state sunlight long location is most protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife and biological resources. I will now turn the presentation over to Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I just have one very quick point as relates to Maverick's testimony. Mr. Prescott's comment that fewer wells will necessarily result in a larger drainage radius assumes that the wells are draining a tank and that recovery will not be impacted by the well count. As I stated in my testimony, we do in fact expect somewhat less recovery from 24 versus 32 wells. And also, none of those wells will be closer to Maverick's mineral position than the originally proposed wells, again, separated by a 600-foot non-reduced setback. This should mitigate any concern Maverick has about drainage of their minerals. Thank you. Turn it back to Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Commissioners, it is with absolute certainty that the State Sunlight Long OGDP, Form 2A, and two 3,840-acre corresponding drilling and spacing unit applications meet each and every requirement of the Act and ECMC rules, and that the State Sunlight Long OGDP is an approvable and compliant application. You have 7 hearings with substantial subject matter expert testimony and exhibits before you, as well as a director's recommendation for approval to rely upon to make your decision to approve this application today. Neither STAR nor Maverick have come close to meeting their burden of proof and have continuously failed to show that the State Sunlight Long OGDP is not compliant with the Act, ECMC rules, or other applicable laws. Each petitioner has been given their due process right to participate in this hearing as a party, but that right does not give rise to a denial of a clearly approvable, regulation-compliant application on any basis presented by either petitioner or on any political or public prejudicial influence reasons that may be considered by this commission. STAR specifically has shown its political agenda by partnering with known national activist groups to stop the State Sunlight Long development on multiple occasions, and in fact, all future development in the CAP, as evidenced by their opposition on April 7th to another pending CAP location, the State Blanca, that's located over 2 miles away from their community. They presented misleading information in its April 15th submission and during its presentation today, and most importantly, have shown that they're willing to add incremental impacts to an
Mr. Chair, I apologize, Ms. Jost. This has nothing to do with the supplemental filings. This is way beyond the scope, Mr. Chair. We just asked for Ms. Jost to move on.
Mr. Chair, I'm doing a short closing.
Go ahead.
And shown that they're willing to add incremental impacts to an RBU owner within 2,000 feet of an existing pad, so long as STAR members themselves are not impacted. This is not advocacy or collaboration, this is activism. To conclude for the final time, Crestone respectfully and expressly requests that this commission deny the STAR and Maverick petitions, approve the approximate 7,683.1 acres state sunlight long OGDP for the requested new horizontal wells to be developed from one new oil and gas location within the state sunlight long OGDP boundary, to approve the associated Form 2 for the state sunlight long pad, approve the two 3,840 acre drilling and spacing units attached to the state sunlight long application, and finally, make an express finding that the state sunlight long OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource in compliance with CRS 3460-106 2.5A. Thank you so much for your consideration and your time over the last 7 hearings.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the rebuttal panel? All right, seeing none. AG Boudreau, if you could visualize. All right, couple of questions. We have a commissioner requesting an executive session. We need to take a break for lunch. We've concluded the evidence and testimony, I believe. The question of opening or closing the record is also before us. Do you want to opine on any or all of the above?
I suppose as to the executive session, you can certainly entertain a motion for that, as we usually do, or as the commission usually does. And it would be, sort of up to you if you want to do that and then take a break and come back, or whatever order you want to do that in. Otherwise, I have no issues with anything you just described.
All right. Commissioner Messer, do you want to make a motion on the executive session?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to enter into executive session to receive legal advice associated with the application before us.
Second. Any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if I'm jumping the gun and you're getting to this, but I think my preference would be to have an executive session before breaking for lunch and being able to compile thoughts.
You anticipated where I was going. Okay. What I'm thinking about doing is voting on the executive session, assuming that that is a yes vote, then we're going to break from this panel. And I'd like 15 minutes before we get into executive session because I want to go make some lunch, and then do executive session at 12:30 until however long it takes, and then return back to open session at 1:30. So that gives us a chance to get a little bite to eat, have executive session, take a break, go out for a walk, and then come back and then do deliberations. Those are my ideas. I don't know if that works with everybody else. I'm seeing nodding of heads in affirmative fashion, so that sounds good. All right, with that, let's vote on the executive session motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Okay, for the folks that are listening in, 787 of you, thank you very much for being a part of the process today. The commission is going to take a break for lunch and also to go into executive session. The way executive sessions work, we're going to leave this meeting and we're going to go into a different Zoom meeting with our lawyer to receive advice concerning this OGDP in executive session, which we are allowed to do under Colorado's open meetings laws. We're going to do that during our lunch break, and then we're going to come back at no sooner than 1:30. And then at that point in time, we will announce that the executive session is over, that we made no decisions, and that we're going to move back into open session. And then at that point, we'll move into deliberations on this proposed OGDP. Did I get all that right, AG Boudreau?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And before we leave for executive session, I have something to read into the record.
Please do.
Pursuant to open meetings law, the commission is entitled to enter into executive session at this regular meeting to receive legal advice pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-6-402-3A2. During the executive session, the commission will receive legal advice regarding ECMC docket number 241-200-313. That's the Crestone Sunlight Long OGDP. Mr. Chair, you already had a motion and a second and a vote, so I think we're good to go.
Okay, and for those that are listening in, you can either Zoom out of the meeting and come back at 1:30, or you can stick around. We're just going to hold this meeting open, but nothing's going to happen until 1:30 at this meeting itself. So hopefully that's apparent and everybody understands that. We will see everyone back here at 1:30 on Tuesday, April 21st. Thanks. All right, welcome back. It is 1:31. Sorry to be the last one back to the party. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. We are taking up the state sunlight long matter. We did take a break for lunch, and we also did an executive session. And since we did an executive session, I'm now going to recognize Attorney General Boudreau to take us out of ESESH.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are returning from executive session. During the executive session, the Commission received legal advice regarding ECMC docket number 241-200313. That's the Crestone Sunlight Long OGDP. The executive session was conducted pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 24.6-402-3A2. No deliberations were held, no votes were taken, and no decisions were made. Mr. Chair, you can entertain a motion to exit executive session.
So entertained.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of exiting executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are leaving executive session. Okay, at this point, we have, I think, heard all the evidence to be submitted in this matter. Ms. Jost, I see you're with us. Is that just because you're here for questions, or did you have something you needed to make on the record?
No, nothing on the record. I just was on screen because it was our hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right. I think we've got a couple of things before us. So we have AG Boudreau sort of listen in and make sure I've got this right. We need to act on the Maverick petition, and we also need to act on or deliberate and act on the OGDP application as submitted by Crestone, which was contested by petitioner Starr. Those are the two items before us, correct, AG Boudreau?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I think we could probably take them up in whichever manner that we desire. Last go around on December 10th, when we started deliberations, we deliberated on the Maverick matter first. It is a little more concise, and perhaps it makes sense to deliberate on that matter first. Going to withhold judgment as to whether we deliberate and or make a decision there before we move on to the second matter. If folks are okay with that, then that's the direction I would suggest we go. Commissioner Oath?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I certainly think that can work. Just one other, I guess, potential idea to put out there for reaction from you all is kind of a consideration or discussion on whether or not we find that Crestone complied with our December order. For me, it goes to both of the topics that you outlined, but I certainly can also just, have discussion on Maverick first and then go from there.
Okay. That's fine if we want to start there. I'm not sure that, well, we can debate that as we go. Commissioner Oath, do you want to start deliberation on this issue?
I suppose I asked for that. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sure. I guess I'll be fairly brief on this, at least to open up the conversation. We did receive a lot of supplemental information, and I appreciate all of the time and work that went into that on behalf of all of the folks who were engaged in that, and that includes the operator, the applicant, that includes both of the parties, that includes consulting agencies, that includes our staff. And I want to really acknowledge that anytime we stay an application, there is a lot of cost that goes and time that goes into that. And I recognize that. And as I have been reviewing the record and listening to the testimony today and evaluating, or I guess comparing what I have been able to glean from the record with what is outlined pretty extensively in our December order, I do find that there were items 6, 7, and 8 in our December order that I do believe Crestone has provided that the information in those areas, and that has to do with the status of the East Aurora Reservoir, a report on engagement with the land board, and some progress related to the no surface occupancy tiers, as well as engagement with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and kind of their take on potential alternative locations. However, I am struggling in the other respects. And so I guess I'll take Maverick first, since we talked about maybe that initially. I went back and noted that in December, what I said in deliberations was recognizing that Crestone, as the applicant carries the burden, they have to demonstrate that their DSU complies with the statute and the regulations, and that includes demonstrating that the proposed DSU would not result in waste of Maverick's minerals. And I said at the time that Maverick may have a point, that finding a viable and approvable surface location to develop its minerals may not be possible due to various setbacks, and because it would require drilling in a location that would have significant public health, safety, welfare implications. However, it may also be that in order for Crestone to develop those minerals, that Crestone would need to change the surface location to one that's further to the west or closer to the reservoir and within the county's setbacks. And in that case, the location would be too impactful to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, which would mean that non-development of Maverick's minerals would not constitute waste under the statute. And at the time, there was some information in the record on this, but I noted that I wanted to see that further developed prior to making a determination on whether or not the proposed DSU will result in waste. And unfortunately, I find myself in a situation where I don't see that the supplemental information substantially developed this area of the record, and so really find myself no closer to being able to make a determination on this part of the hearing. With respect to alternative locations, there is certainly a lot more information provided about the respective alternative locations, but we continue to not have information about the viability of variances or exceptions related to the riparian areas, nor specific information about the viability of electric power at the alternative locations. And then ultimately no discussion about the cumulative assessment of those potential impacts with relative minimization of impacts to public health. And so it may be that the proposed location is the one that most fully minimizes impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources on the whole, but I find that we requested information from Crestone to help us more fully evaluate this. And I'm just in a position where I don't feel that I have that information. So I will just, I guess, stop there and really look forward to hearing other thoughts.
Sure. Thank you for bringing that up. I'll go second. I believe that there is compliance with the December 10th order. There was a lot of information that was asked. I believe they provided a lot of information. I go back to my deliberative thoughts from December 10th, and I was ready to deny Maverick's request at that point in time. I'm still in that position. And so I didn't need, as one commissioner, additional information to get to a place where I felt like Maverick or Crestone had met their burden. Frankly, I think the issue between Maverick and Crestone is more a civil issue between the parties, and they need to be dealing with this outside of our vein. So I'm not of the opinion that whether the December 10th order provided additional information or not, I was already of the opinion that I didn't need that information. So, that's just kind of a different philosophical place to be. And so, again, I really appreciate my fellow commissioners, and none of us are right, wrong, or otherwise. We just, we're looking at it from 5 different prisms, and that's why the legislature created a 5-member board on that front. With regard to the second piece, the compliance with regard to what we asked for them to do on ALA locations and the OGDP, I'm sufficiently confident that they've done a pretty darn good job of evaluating 11 locations now, some of which are stars and some of which are from CPW and some of which are from Crestone themselves. There's a lot of information. I look at what we're trying to do, and I get back to just kind of the general burden of proof. It's the burden of proof for the operator to establish that they're moving forward with a proposal, and they have the burden of proof of whether that proposal is approvable under our rules. In order for that to take place, it needs to ensure that it is in compliance with our rules. I'm not going to opine as to whether this proposal is in compliance or not, but I believe there is extensive additional information provided to help us get to an understanding of the efficacy of this proposal versus looking at some other places. As I started with the hearing today, we're not in a place to approve a different location other than the one that is preferred by the applicant, and that the 2As and the 2Bs cumulative assessment is around it. Now, the applicant is taking a chance that that's not approvable, and I'm not sure where the commission's going to go on that. But I appreciate the additional information around the ALAs. I get it, Commissioner Oath, and appreciate the fact that, there's not final information about viability or variances or electric power. True. However, that's the applicant's choice. It's, we don't modify applications before us. We act on the application that's before us. And the applicant has come forward and they think they've provided the necessary information to get an approved location at the State Sunlight Lawn location. That's their risk. And I don't know that they have to evaluate the efficacy of all the other locations in order to have the entitlement right to move forward with the location they want to move forward with, which is what they've decided to do. So I'm comfortable the December 10th order was complied with. I also would say that I'm not sure that, at the end of the day, we're adjudicating whether the petitioner has defended the Maverick petition in regard to the mineral leases and defended or provided enough proof in the record to get an approval on the State Sunlight Lawn. So, irrespective of compliance with December 10th order or not, it's really those two things that are important before us. Obviously, for commissioners, if they feel non-compliance with December 10th is a sticking point, that's fair. But I do find compliance, and I'm ready to move forward. So that's two different commissioners' deliberative thoughts. I look forward to hearing other deliberative thoughts. Commissioner Cross beat out Commissioner Messner this time by a hair, so we'll go in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Oath, for your comments as well. I'll start off saying that, first of all, my opinions have not changed with respect to the Maverick petition. During the last hearing in December, I stated that I do not believe the testimony was credible from Maverick about the ability to drain the minerals from their lands, from their mineral leases. And I don't find anything different today. Frankly, I think a lot of the concern from a Maverick position that I had was looking at it in terms of there would have to be significant differences in drainage compared to what all our state engineers say, to what every operator in the DJ Basin and statewide says about how much is actually being drained. The fact that there was the slight deviation in the northernmost wellbore slightly south to ensure that no drainage of Maverick's minerals would be drained I think is just an additional thing that says, yes, maybe the operator is not going to try and recover as much as they potentially could, but they're trying to make sure that they're at least addressing concerns so they're not draining another person's mineral lease. I think that if the drainage were different, we would have different templates for DSUs, different templates for wellbore spacing. And my opinions on these matters have not changed since the December hearing. I was curious not seeing the proposed wellbores with the change in the wellbores from 32 to 24 to see if there was going to be anything further north. I didn't presume that there would be, given the operational concerns that the applicant had stated during the last hearing. But I wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be any potential issues with that. And so I think just quickly on the Maverick, I think I'm in a position where I would deny Maverick's petition because I don't think there's something. Specifically with respect to Commissioner Oath, which you said, I agree. There may be stranded resources, but I think that's also a situation that is partially of Maverick's making as well. I think there's always an inherent risk that leases will not be developed. And if you're specifically buying mineral leases with the hopes that someone else will develop them, that's not always going to be the case. And I think that's especially the case when you're in the middle of a high density area. They're near a lot of RBUs, they're near a lot of water resources, et cetera. And so I think there's always going to be a risk with an investment like that you may not get the outcome you want. And I think that's one of the things we're seeing here. I think it is important to note that the very first version of what was proposed did have a pad that was proposed further north, and it would have been able to get some of those leases. And I think that's where part of this dispute has come from. But as regulatory requirements changed, specifically with Arapahoe County and their reservoir setbacks, that specifically made it so they wouldn't be able to use that pad and wouldn't be able to develop that. And again, I think that's ultimately a business risk that is something that is not a waste, is not a drainage here, it's not a correlative rights issue. I think this is more so an unfortunate thing that happens with business investment sometimes. As it pertains to STAR's petition and specifically the alternative location analysis, I want to kind of take a little bit of a step back. And I think that some of what we heard from the alternative location analysis presented by the applicant here, as well as some of the questions that we heard from commissioners today, there's a lot of discussion, and also from what we heard from Mr. Foote as well, there was a lot of discussion of an implicit bias with respect to the proposed alternative. I think ultimately there's going to be an implicit bias when you're looking at an alternative location analysis, because ultimately that is the location that an operator, an applicant has put forward as what they think is the best option. I would note that this is not something that under our rules would have required an alternative location analysis. It is something we asked for. I'm comfortable with the decision that was made in December that people wanted additional information on the alternative location analysis, given that it's something we wanted. And I do think that that was provided here. And I think one of the key things of it is the applicant testified that they try to look at this as a blank slate. They try to look at the pros, the cons of each location, which legitimately worked, which didn't work. And I would note in their stoplight thing that they proposed, there would be options that would also have all grains. And so I think that it's not that they said the Sunlight Long was the only location that they could potentially develop. I don't think at any point in time they said that, but I think they said when balancing everything together, that's what they got. I think if you look through more than just the hearing presentation, if you look through a lot of the supplemental exhibits that came through, I think there's a lot of good information in there. For example, if you look at specifically supplemental exhibits 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, it specifically goes through all the different alternative locations and provides a lot of different considerations from an ECMC perspective and meeting our regulatory requirements, from Arapahoe County considerations, meeting their regulatory requirements, has conversations with state land board considerations, CPW considerations, mineral development considerations, CDPHE considerations, etc. And I think when you take a close look at that, it's important to see some of the things that are good in there as well. For example, when you look at their alternative location number 1, it's not the alternative location they chose, but at the same time, they do point out a lot of the pros, some of the things that would specifically work for that, such as there's no alternative location analysis that would apply specifically to ALI 1, that it's not within a disproportionately impacted community, that it's not in a floodplain. They put forward a lot of the pros for this as well as putting forward some of the different concerns with it. And I do think that that's important to note. It wasn't simply, as Mr. Foote said, they just declared that their proposed site is protective and found issues with all the other sites. I don't think that's the case at all. I think that the fact that they've taken steps to specifically look at how they could work with STAR to try and make changes to their pads, to try and at least allay some of the concerns that STAR's members have had, is a good step in terms of being a good neighbor to what their development is trying to propose. I think for me, a couple of the things that stood out, I also want to quickly point out, I do think that one of the areas that was hard for me was looking through whether an NSO would be possible, or a variance to the NSO would be possible. It's unfortunate we don't have a specific note from the state land board that there's absolutely no way we're going to do this. But I do think even when you read their somewhat limited information that they provided on the alternative locations, I think it does a pretty good job of saying, hey, this is a problem. And I know alternative 1 and 4 were 2 that we looked at a lot. And if you look at their comments on alternative location number 1, they specifically talk about the fact that they're worried about the Piedmont grassland soil. They also specifically note a concern that the ALA pipeline would go through Coal Creek and then through high quality Piedmont grassland. And so while that's not a yes, it's not a no, it's not a don't even try, I do think it's worth recognizing that prior discussions with state land board about not going through those NSOs for something like an access road, for something like boring through a pipeline that, as Mr. Bennett testified today, may not even be possible trying to bore underneath those riparian wetlands. And to me, I think that it's also, it becomes more of an issue for some of the considerations, I think, than we would have otherwise. Ultimately, this is state land board's land. And if they're saying this is our tier 1, this is the NSO, this is what we don't want people to touch, I think that says a lot. I do understand that there could be variances, but nothing is indicated from what they've said to us that that's something they're willing to consider. And when they specifically note having to go through riparian NSO lands, I think that does lead credence to the applicant's statement that they're probably not going to approve any kind of variance for that. And also, I think it may not be something that would want to be done. I know Mr. Foote was saying that they already are going through NSO lands, but as was testified to by the applicant today, when you look at all the NSO lands as they exist today with the state land board, the proposed haul route out from the proposed site, as well as the pipelines, do not go through any NSO. And so to me, I think that's also a strong consideration in favor of the proposed location. I think a couple other things that stuck out to me. I had some concerns with some of the statements Mr. Foote had in terms of the kind of conclusory nature without any kind of supporting evidence to that. One of the things that he said is the site is not protective of public health, but we haven't had anything that's specifically shown why it would not be protective of public health. I think one of the things that's concerning to me is the same thing I mentioned in our December hearing. a lot of the concerns that they're trying to tie it to is studies that are even saying, listen, 3 miles out, 8 miles out, you're still going to have concerns. So I think that there's also a consideration of at what point in time do we draw the line? And so the fact that STAR's members are saying they would be okay with alternative location 4, or they would be okay with alternative location 1, but that's not even within outside the parameters of what they're saying, what they're relying on for public health studies that they're saying is problematic, gives a little less credence to that argument. And so I think in the same way that there was some concerns, as I said, Mr. Foote said, they just declared their proposed site protective and found issues with others. I think at the same time, you're also seeing from the other side, they're just trying to find problems with the proposed site. I think, in the contrary stoplight demonstrative provided by STAR, the fact that Mr. Foote said they didn't have anything specific in terms of distances tied to it. It was a little bit the distance, but it's also the number of people involved. And yeah, this one's red, but this one's yellow, but there's also an RBU within 2,000 feet of alternative 9, but that one's green. And it does have a little bit of bias going the other way that doesn't really sway me in that sense. I do want to say when it comes to some of the reasoning for the alternative location choices done by the applicant, and by that specifically, I'll point out wildlife. I don't put a lot of credence into that. I think the fact that CPW said all of these sites could be workable from their perspective leads a lot more to me than to say, well, I would say this is a yes or this is a no because of a wildlife area. I do think it is laudable that the applicant is saying we have these other reasons, but on top of that, we're also going to avoid high priority habitat. On top of that, we're also going to avoid potential impacts to the leopard frog. On top of that, we're going to avoid swift fox dens. I think that's a laudable goal, but I don't put too much credence into that, given that CPW has said it doesn't mean it's not workable. I'll say as you kind of work down, the next step for me was kind of that grasslands issue. I think at that point in time, you set aside CPW's thoughts on it because they're worried about specifically their wildlife, whereas the state land board is going to be worried about their other tenants as well as how they're managing the surface from their perspective. And so I do put a little bit more credence into the argument that they want to protect those grasslands. I certainly put more credence into the fact that they want to protect the NSOs. That's simply how they chose to manage it from the very beginning. But at the same time, the fact that the grasslands argument is completely new, I don't put as much credence into that as some of the other issues. I think for me, it's ultimately comes down to two things. Number one, the kind of declaratory comment that this site is not protective, I just don't buy. And I specifically don't buy it because it does meet all our rules. It has the best BMPs that we've asked for from everyone. They're doing electric production, they're doing electrified drilling, they're doing 3-phase takeaway. They've minimized the site, they're using the tankless site, they've done changes to the haul routes that have been asked for and everything else. And so I think when you look at it from a perspective of what they're doing from a best management practice perspective, the best things that we've seen from any operators in any application in the state, we're seeing in this application. And I think the other thing to me is we're also having to look at this not from a perspective solely, and I do take note of, and it's a large part of what drives my questions and clarifying points for the operators, but this is not, to me, not protective because a large number of people are opposed to it. The fact of the matter is this is still more than 3,000 feet away from the nearest RBU. There's still going to be all those good BMPs that are done with it. And to say that proximity to people is not protective means we've now put ourselves in a hole, and essentially every other site that's at least that close, we have to go back and look at. whether it's within one RBU within 3,100 feet or more. But to say this site is not protective while those other sites are protective when it has all those BMPs, I have a very hard time trying to reach that conclusion that it would not be protective without putting into question every other one of our decisions that we've made prior to today. But to me, the biggest thing when it comes down to the alternative location analysis as well is that I'm ultimately forced to look at not are other sites possible, but what's going to ultimately be the best decision from an overall standpoint. And what I see in the feasibility zone, as Star put it, is other locations that I think even the applicant would agree they could drill from, but there's going to be problems with it. You're going to have an access route that's going to have to go either through NSO, which is unlikely or not going to happen, or you're going to have to go around and create a lot of additional truck miles. And to me, those additional truck miles are going to be far more problematic, far more disturbing to everyone, not just the public health, but also what the state land board has wanted to do, what everyone else in the area has to deal with. It's going to create additional emissions. Excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice again. It's going to create additional emissions. It's going to create additional traffic hazards that are specifically the kind of things that STAR members have spoken about to us in their public comments. And I think it's things that we do need to worry about. And I think when you look at it from a pipeline perspective, I see the exact same problem as well. Even if it is something that you could potentially bore underneath the riparian areas and try and get it further to the north, that's still a lot of additional disturbance that could harm habitat that ideally CPW is trying to protect. And even if they said it could be workable, the state land board is trying to protect as well. And I don't think that additional disturbance, I don't think the additional emissions that are attendant to that are a reason to say, yeah, let's go ahead and move this site. I think ultimately when I look at it, the applicant has met all of our rules and all of Arapahoe County's rules. It's done what the state land board has asked of them. CDPHE has said they're okay with it, and CPW has said they're okay with it. And so when I look at it in totality, I appreciate the extra work done on the ALA, but ultimately it's not a matter of can we just find something that's better? It's they've explained why this is a preferable site to those other sites. And I agree, especially with the decreased haul route and pipeline route issues, and in particular, that this really is the most protective site that they can do. And given the extensive BMPs and COAs that they've agreed to, such as the electrified drilling and production, I do think it's protective and meets our rules and is approvable.
Looking for my mute button, Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate thoughts from my fellow commissioners. I agree that there's three topics that I think we're deliberating on here. I think one is to whether approve or to deny Maverick's petition. I would agree with Commissioner Oath that there's a decision point here on whether or not Crestone has met the requirements associated with the order, and then ultimately a decision point on whether to approve, deny, stay, or approve with conditions the application that's before us. And so I think right now we're being asked to maybe deliberate on the first two. And so that's what I'm going to do right now. And so the first one is the Maverick petition. And so, as I look at it, Crestone has the burden to prove that its proposed DSU meets all four requirements associated with Rule 305B. And those requirements are, number one, that it protects and minimized adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Number two, that it prevents waste of an oil and gas resources. Number three, that it avoids the drilling of unnecessary wells. And number four, that it protects correlative rights. And so as I look at those, I think there's a few different arguments that Maverick has made, and ultimately I have to, opine on whether or not I think Crestone has met its burden. The two primary ones that I think Maverick's claims were that the wells within Crestone's proposed DSU would drain oil and gas from outside of the DSU, and as a correlative rights and waste issue. That depends on the technical testimony about drainage. So having listened to the testimony and the evidence associated with that, I don't think that that claim has merit. I think Crestone's met their burden on that claim, and so don't find that to have merit. But the second claim that Maverick makes is that the proposed DSU would strand Maverick's minerals, as there are no other viable options to develop Maverick's minerals. I think this is primarily a waste issue, and waste is defined in the Act as locating wells in a way that reduces the quantity of oil and gas ultimately recoverable, which is Colorado Revised Statute 3460-103-45. I do think that this argument from Maverick, this claim from Maverick does have merit, and I don't think ultimately that Crestone has met its burden to show that this would not strand Maverick's minerals. It's clear, at least from the testimony and evidence on the record that was provided, that trying to locate a site in order to be able to access these minerals is not viable. It would implicate impacts associated with public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and would cause waste issues. I think there was a lot of information that was provided on different areas, but in applying the rules to those different potential locations, I do not see a viable location. And so I do see this as a claim with merit, and would agree with Maverick on that particular item. On the second item, which is ultimately, did Crestone comply with the December order? I would agree that this application does not require an alternative location analysis as per our rules, except for there is a rule that does allow for the commission to require an application, and this commission in the CAP hearing did do that. And so therefore it is required as part of this application, and it is not a voluntary alternative location analysis. In addition, the December order provided additional explicit information that was being requested as to what this commission needed in order to make an alternative location analysis determination on this particular application. I do agree, at least with Commissioner Ackerman's comments earlier, that the ALA provided was generally an argument that other locations won't work and the proposed location will. But I question whether it did really evaluate the feasibility and comprehensively analyze the locations, and particularly, in my opinion, alternative location 4. I will note that in the order, it indicates that the commissioners requested Crestone submit the following additional information and analysis in support of the OGDP application. And the first item, A, was a comprehensive and narrative analysis of all feasible alternative oil and gas locations on Lowry Ranch lands, including those feasible locations east of the proposed location and further from dense residential development from which the minerals can be accessed, including consideration of technical feasibility using all available technology and potential land use approval from Arapahoe County and the State Land Board. The lack of clear information on the record from the State Land Board, to me, is a problem here. As a proponent of rotational and regenerative grazing, And actually, having applied the Savory Institute holistic planned grazing approach myself, I think the testimony mischaracterizes its application. Both the proposed application, both the proposed location and alternative 4 would have substantially similar impacts to regenerative grazing, and lack of testimony on the record from the state land board or the permittee. I do not think that there is any proof that it would impact operations. From a wildlife standpoint, I think alternative 4, is shown to be superior to the proposed location. There's no evidence on the record for a comprehensive analysis of the potential for electricity, pipeline alignment, access roads, and permit and lease feasibility. I appreciate the testimony that was given today, but that's not recorded proof or evidence on the record of these things that would be required, in my opinion, in a comprehensive analysis of the alternative locations. And I think the other locations have similar deficiencies that I'm highlighting here in alternative 4. So ultimately, from my perspective, I don't think that the applicant has met the requirements associated with the December order. I don't know as I have the information to make a determination on things like Commissioner Oath indicated. And so I think that's where I am at right now, is that, I'd like the applicant to try again and to provide that information that was requested in the December order so that we can have what we requested in order to enable us to make our decisions. I'll withhold the question on the third piece, and I do have thoughts on that as well if we ultimately go there, but those are my thoughts on the first 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. And then if I've done my math, that puts you on the spot, Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My fellow commissioners are, as always, quick-minded and quick on the draw. I'll hit the 2 issues as outlined by Commissioner Messner as well, starting with the Maverick one. And I'll start with the end in mind. The bottom line is I'm not generally, my position has not changed. I'm not generally supportive of the Maverick petition. And it comes back to some of the original arguments from the hearing, that from a drainage perspective, what it really came down to for me is that it really is tough to require compulsory cooperative action upon any operator based upon the testimony that was given, an unproven and not widely accepted setback of distance of 1,300 feet, which was what was argued at the time. Absent broader independent evidence suggesting that's appropriate to, deviate from previously established engineering norms, I've got to go with the previously established engineering norms, making that testimony difficult to make a positive decision on. That hearing really marked the only time I'd ever heard those distances, which is a significant point upon which the testimony and argument was based. And while I could make a couple other points there, I think I'll skip that and just essentially say that at the conclusion of that portion of the hearing, my comment was that if we stayed the application and an impasse still existed between Crestone and Maverick at the next hearing, being today, the most productive approach, at least for me, to make a decision would be for each side to examine and argue the specific facts of compliance or non-compliance with each provision of the rules or act as set forth on slide 3 of Maverick's closing argument. Absent any significant further discussion today along any of those lines or any in general, my position has not changed either, and I'm not generally supportive of the Maverick petition. As far as the order, that's a harder one for me. I think give me 1 second here. I got to scroll back through my notes. I think an argument can and has in this hearing by fellow commissioners be made that the order was or was not really entirely complied with on different fronts. And I think we could probably have a hearing on each point in the order to determine each point's varying level of exposition and compliance. And don't get me wrong, Mr. Chair, I'm not advocating for that path, but I'm saying that to kind of illustrate that the order was detailed, yes, but it was pretty broad in nature on many fronts. And I think by its nature required some degree of distillation by the operator in its execution. And an example would be, I think this was the second point, analysis of the relationship between any targeted but non-recoverable materials and any improvements in protection of public health, safety, and welfare of the environment and wildlife resources. And I think these points were touched on in the materials and in some discussion, but not significantly detailed. And so then the argument to me becomes, well, is that compliant or is it not? And again, I think an argument can be made either way. And so I found that as I was examining the materials, I kind of found myself asking that question throughout. And so I kind of kept in mind that I thought the order was really supplemental to the OGDP as a whole. And Commissioner Mester is exactly correct in that we ordered the ALA and required the ALA, and that was fully within our the Commission's purview to do so, and thus it was required. But it came about as a further exposition and a further request for information from the operator, and we wanted to add some detail as to the tenor of the information that we were looking for. And so, to me, in the scope of fairness of rule applicability, the question to me might be reframed as, was it sufficiently acceptable? Was the operator's effort sufficiently acceptable within the general context of ALA work that's generally accepted by the Commission? And if so, I think reasonable compliance could be argued. And so while I am very much on the fence on this, and I absolutely think that there were deficiencies that could have been very helpful in our discussion today, I fall down narrowly on the side of, I think, based on applicability of our rules and the context in which we generally consider ALAs in considering OGDPs, I fall down very slightly on the side of I would argue that yes, the efforts were reasonably compliant with the order that we gave. So those are my thoughts on those two issues so far, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, commissioners, for the thoughts. I think that's really helpful for us to determine next steps. And I think if and so I'm just charting through things. We've got so Commissioner Oath, you brought up compliance with the December 10th order, or did they, is there sufficient compliance with the December 10th order? And I think if I'm reading what I'm seeing, there are two commissioners that have concerns that the December 10th order was not complied with. There are two commissioners that think the December 10th order was complied with. And there's one commissioner that falls just to the side of complied with versus not complied with, and that would be Commissioner Ackerman. So that's 2.5 or 3-2 on the compliance with the December 10th order. So if that's the case, then I think the commission as a whole, despite the fact that there may not be consensus on that, is in a place to move forward with consideration of both the Maverick petition first and then the OGDP, with the understanding that the commissioners that have concerns about compliance with the December 10th order, that may sway your decision-making process on either or both of the next two things. I'm just trying to capture where we are. Does anybody disagree with that captured place? Okay, seeing none, that's where we will pretend to be as we move forward with next steps. I think the next step then would be consideration, as I mentioned, I think we should make consideration of the Maverick petition first. That does have implications of whether we can move forward with consideration of the OGDP. I believe I've heard myself, Commissioner Ackerman, and Commissioner Cross in a place in which the Maverick petition is most likely denied. I believe I've heard from Commissioner Oath and Commissioner Ackerman. The Maverick Commission, the petition is most likely approved or denied. Maverick petition is approved. However, I don't want to foreclose further deliberation on this component. So I will open up deliberations on the Maverick or further deliberations on the Maverick petition at this point in time, knowing that nobody's come to a firm conclusion and we like to listen to each other before we make final decisions. Any further deliberation on the Maverick? Commissioner Messner?
Just a point of clarification. You had indicated that Commissioner Ackerman was in support of approving it, I think, in lieu of me. So
Oh, I got that backwards. Thank you.
okay. I just wanted for the record to confirm that. And for me, again, it's the straight applicability of the rule that I'm looking at. And so I don't think Rule 305B is unclear, and so that's why I'm at where I'm at. So
Fair enough. Thanks for the clarification. Further deliberations, Commissioner Oath?
Maybe just thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for guiding us through this when we kind of all went in different directions. So appreciate you getting us lined up. I guess to restate where my current thinking is on this is that I have concerns and questions about waste. And I just find that I ultimately don't feel like I have the information I need to find one way or the other. And given that it's Crestone's burden here, then where I am is that I just feel that Crestone has not met their burden to demonstrate that there would not be waste of these mineral resources. And so I guess that puts me, yes, in the category of approving the petition.
Very good. Anything further, Commissioner Ackerman and Commissioner Cross, before we call for the vote? Or I guess we can't call for a vote until we have a motion. Commissioner Ackerman?
Yeah, I understand certainly where my fellow commissioners are coming from. I think that I'm swayed significantly by the testimony of the original hearing, and I don't feel like a compelling case was made by Maverick to justify furtherance of the petition. I think it, continuing, there's a number of fronts, certainly continuing to argue that it won't be able to find a viable location while arguing that another operator explored the minerals from its location is amongst those. I think the burden of proof to me was largely met in the original hearing, and that's what I'm generally basing my conclusions on. Thanks.
Further deliberative thoughts? All right. Just to move this forward, I move that we deny Maverick's petition. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have discussion on the motion? Seeing none, hearings manager Thomas, can we get a roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Ackerman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Messner,
no.
Commissioner Oath,
No.
Chair Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes 3 votes to 2.
Okay. With that, I believe we move into deliberations on the OGDP itself. I don't often start, but I think I'm going to start today, if that's okay. Where do we find ourselves? Well, we had, I think we've had 7 hearings on this matter. The most recent hearing was on December 10th. And at that hearing, we asked for more ALA analysis. We heard today from the applicant that they attempted to do the best with that, including starting with a clean slate in terms of their analysis. They came back to the determination of the State Sunlight Long as the preferred location. And I would note that ultimately the applicant has not only the burden of proving an approvable location, but the determination of what location they're going to move forward with. That is an operator's right. I would also note that they've modified the state sunlight long in positive ways. They've reduced the wells, 32 to 24, I believe. They've increased the setbacks to the working pad surface in the wells and to the facilities. I would note that the increase in setbacks is not huge. It's 100 feet or so, but it is going in the right direction, I would think. Again, the operator has the right to push for a preferred location. And then I go back to sort of looking at where I stood prior to all of this work by the operator and STAR in response to the April 6th, I think, submittal. I noted back in my original comments in December that I felt like this was an approvable location. In fact, with the fact that Arapahoe County approved it, that the city of Aurora Water had no concerns with it, and their entire existence is to preserve water for the city of Aurora. And so I put a lot of deference to the fact that the city of Aurora Water Department felt like the proposed application did not have concerns with the Aurora Reservoir. CPW is comfortable with the location. CDPHE is comfortable with the location. The State Land Board back in the day provided an 8-page letter and felt that the proposed location was protected and they were okay with it. They noted the work that they did on the lease to get to that location with a lot of stakeholders, Aurora, Arapahoe, the tier map, the landowners. They asked for, and the road was moved. I will note that I would have appreciated some additional information from State Land Board relative to the alternate location analysis order from December 10th. But they are a sister agency, and it's their prerogative in terms of what they decide they want to do or not do. There is a 1-page memo in the record from State Land Board. I find that it doesn't say no, but it doesn't really say yes. It just sort of provides some perspective around the proposed different locations. I noted on the record in December 10th that the Enviro score here is a 14.7. I think I heard today 14.6. And I noted back then, and I still note today, that this is, generally when we're looking at oil and gas locations that are in and near people, it is, we're looking at Enviro scores of 40, 50, 60. This is the lowest score for a proposed location in and near people in Weld County, Arapahoe County, Aurora. That's significant. We required this application to electrify all phases in the CAP, and they are planning on doing that. There's 3-phase takeaway, minimal trucks, it's all piped. And then I would note in my notes here, it says setback met. All right. There's a lot for those 2 words. In 2019, we were informed under SB 19181 that we needed to create a protective protocol for the state of Colorado, and that we would move away from fostering oil and gas development, and we would move toward regulating in a protective manner. We spent 2+ years coming up with our rules that took that broad scale declaration, that broad scale authority provided to us, and refining it down to rules that we've been implementing ever since. And those rules contained a 2,000-foot setback with 4 off-ramps. So when I say setback is met, the homes here are 3,100 feet away or greater. So to say setback is met is not without meaning. And I guess I would put in here, I asked the STAR attorney on the record, what rule or rules are not being met? And as best I can tell, the rules, and I mentioned back in December 10th, and I may have counted this wrong, but I counted up 146 rules, specific rules relative to OGDPs. And we've been applying them consistently since 2021. There's one more rule, and that's the rule I cited to Mr. Foote, who I appreciate as an attorney. He's a wonderful attorney, and he helped draft 181. He called it evolutionary recently in the paper, but not revolutionary, because he said that if it was revolutionary, it probably wouldn't have gotten through the state legislature. But the rule that I cited to Commissioner Foote is Rule 307. And it says, as I pointed out previously, that the commission may approve the oil and gas development plan if it complies with all requirements of the commission rules, and minimizes adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources. On the contrary, 307B2, if the commission determines that the plan does not provide necessary and reasonable protections or minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources, or fails to meet the requirements of the rules. And I appreciate Attorney Foote noting the or, and I think that's important. So this rule is establishing that you got to meet our rules, and you also need to provide burden of proof to the commission that your proposal is reasonable, has reasonable and necessary protections for or minimize adverse impacts. Now, I would note for the record that we have not been placed in a situation in which we are debating whether to approve or deny a location based solely upon Rule 307. Not whether it meets our rules. I think it's uncontroverted that it meets all of our rules. But whether, on top of meeting our rules, are there reasonable and necessary protections to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources? This is a case of first impression. And I want to articulate my thoughts around what Rule 307 means and what it doesn't mean. And in my mind, what it is intended for is where if you apply the 146 rules, and in instances where some or more of them are not met, or where there is a aberration that our rules did not contemplate, and through evidence and testimony, we remain concerned that there are not reasonable and necessary protections to minimize adverse impacts, then in that, and I would call it a more extraordinary case, we still have the right to deny. So I'll say that again. This is just one commissioner's opinion, but we need to be eloquent to all the folks that are listening in, and there are a number of folks, 621 listening in, and there'll be others down the road. Rule 307, I believe, needs to be defined based upon application of our rules, and it needs to be utilized by the commission in instances in which there are extraordinary circumstances that our rules don't contemplate, or where in instances in which there are, some areas in which the rules may not be met, or if they are met, then there's still this denial criteria. And I say that because under Colorado law, and I'm a fatigued lawyer at best, our rules need to be sufficiently specific for our operators to understand how to comply with them, and for our stakeholders to understand how to understand them and how to apply them. And if we don't provide some parameters around how we're applying 307B, I believe we've done a disservice to the work that we did to create the mission change rules, to come up with the 2,000-foot setback, and to otherwise create the most protective regulatory environment in the state, in the nation, and thus the world. I agree with what you said, Commissioner Cross. I also have concerns that if we say no here, then we might as well do away with the 2,000-foot setback, and we ought to start over and think about what is the appropriate setback. And that might be a worthy mechanism. I'm not saying that is or is not. I'm just saying that the applicant is entitled to application of the rules on the books at the time of the application, and those are the rules that I'm applying. So that's my segue down the 307 path. Again, getting back to the merits of this application, I'm now past the setback met piece. There were no DICs, there were no schools, there were no RBUs. The Arapahoe County was okay with the noise. I know there's been a lot of noise complaints. I believe that the applicant tried to address those issues. I believe that if this proposal creates issues relative to noise, we're going to hear about it and we're going to enforce aggressively. Visually, this application is not going to be seen except for the top of the derrick when it's drilled, and then it's going to be behind a cut bank or slope, and it will not be seen after the initial production. Again, looking at other things that we've looked at, this location is one of the more approvable locations. And I would point out that, again, the direction we were given by the legislature, which is hard direction to implement, which is not to ban oil and gas, but to ensure there's a protective regulatory environment, and that's what we're trying to do. And I know there's a lot of folks that disagree that we do that very well. Well, I can promise you that these 5 commissioners are trying to do this very well, and I maybe end up on the backside of a vote here. That's perfectly fine. That's the deliberative process, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. I did note in my questions that I liked alternative locations 1 and 4. I liked the fact that they were further west. I liked the fact, but I didn't like the fact that they created more emissions and more truck traffic, and that they created potentially trying to move through NSOs and with pipelines. And I'll conclude my comments, and I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody else, is what we were told to do in 2019 and what we've been trying to do since then on Wednesdays, and I don't like Wednesdays, is to take as applied the rules to potential proposed locations. And that creates balance. The rules created a balance. It's a balance as to protection of human receptors, which are currently 2,000 feet. And here we're at 3,100. It's a balance as to protection of public health, including emissions, including electrification, including pipelines, including no trucks, including 3-phase takeaways. At the end, I find that the state sunlight long location achieves the balance that we're told to look for. And so at the end of the day, I will be a yes vote. Further deliberative thoughts from fellow commissioners. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks. I'll go next, Mr. Chair. This has been tough. Right? I think it's been tough for everyone involved, and I think it's been tough for us included. And the thing that's made it tough has been significant public outcry, right? I think so, because we want to listen to what people have to say, and we did our very best to ensure that they were heard and that their desires were incorporated within reason to the extent that we had authority within the rules and statutes. I think that's been a difficult process. I've mentioned a couple of times in previous hearings this dichotomy for overall oil and gas development versus gas development near me. We deal with this in the state in many instances, and this is a very difficult thing to deal with. And to your point that we do have oil and gas development in this state, and there will be places to develop oil and gas until we decide as a state that we're not developing oil and gas. There has to be a process to develop oil and gas. And so in enacting that process, the legislature and us as a commission enacted rules that we thought were not just reasonably protective, but as protective as any rules in the world, because that's the standard that Colorado sets. And so I think of things from that perspective often when I'm thinking about these applications. On top of that, we have other bodies, other than us, that participate in these decisions before they ever come to us. And so the statements that I made in the past hold true. Local governments, as I've noted before, are the government of the citizens that are elected by the citizens, specifically to represent the desires of those citizens. At its essence, that's the best place to enact desires for desires' sake of a citizenry, is at the local government level. In this case, the local government is broadly in favor of this development, and I have to make the assumption that the local government that has been elected by the local electorate is representing, to the best of its ability, the broad desires of its citizens. As the local government body with broad discretion to explicitly and specifically represent those citizens and their desires and their collective will, and as the entity with significant control over land use decisions within their jurisdiction, I don't take their recommendations lightly. I think they're important for us to consider as we move forward with developments. As far as ECMC is concerned, our role is a little bit different. We establish, as the chair pointed out, energy and carbon management rules within our statutory allocated subject matter jurisdiction at the direction of the legislature. And we ensure compliance with those rules and are tasked with providing consistency and predictability for operators who work in a very complex business and regulatory structure. It's a very difficult task, and that's why, we stay up nights, and I'm not saying that others don't as well. These are significant and large decisions. So that said, during the CAP hearing, I stated specifically, if this CAP's approved, I'd expect there to be significant continued and ongoing efforts to work with county leaders and the community regarding practices that are found to be acceptable to the county and the community as a whole during its future consideration of oil and gas specific sites. And I specifically pointed out the Sunlight Long Pad at the CAP hearing. And at that OGDP hearing for the Sunlight Long Pad, the testimony at that time and OGDP application materials demonstrated to me that despite the commission's, or I guess my, encouragement to work with the community, the proposed Sunlight Long Pad hadn't changed materially really between the CAP application and the OGDP application, with the exception of operator desired changes or consulted changes with a sister agency, with one of our sister agencies. And at the time, my driving factor was, can the commission, staff, and the operator confidently state that the proposed location is the best location for that pad, or was it simply, and I concede that it was, an available location that complies with our rules, our setback rules and other rules? The regulations place within the direct discretion of the commission, asking for an alternative location analysis when none is required, and or other further analysis. And so that resulted in a stay at the December hearing and the additional ALA work pursuant to that, and ultimately today's hearing. And I noted in the December hearing that Crestone's approach on most points of the OGDP were strong and approvable. I don't think there can be an argument about that. Commissioner Cross, and I'm paraphrasing, so I apologize, Commissioner Cross, but he testified there that the operator's approach and the resultant Enviro score was one of the best we'd ever seen, and that's been reiterated here today, and it's objectively true. So that makes it even more difficult with significant public opposition, right? It's factually correct. According to our regulations and standards, that's factually correct. That said, to me at that point, it was absolutely appropriate to seek alternative locations to see if something, under the Commission's authority in 304 B2A2 and 307 B3, to see if there was something out there that would work in a fashion that was more protective, specifically that was more protective. There have been significant and numerous assertions throughout these hearings from the impacted public that the proposed pad isn't compliant with the Act. And when pressed, the answer is always a general lack of compliance with public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and or wildlife resources. And so an ALA was appropriate at that point. Let's explore further and see the details as to whether something can be more protective under the rules that we've imposed. And especially since Senate Bill 181 focused on ensuring that alternative location analyses applied to oil and gas locations and facilities that are proposed to be located near populated areas. And we took that into account in our subsequent rulemakings. And so my statement at the time was that we direct Crestone, in accordance with those rules, to prepare a narrative analysis that identifies all potential alternate locations from which the targeted materials can be accessed that may be considered for the siting of an oil and gas location. And specifically, my direction at the time was to examine sites farther east. And those requirements were included in the order. So the question to me now is, were the terms of the December order executed and legally and appropriately? And, I think we've all opined on that, and was a bit of a fulcrum issue. And did the ordered analysis clearly reveal any better overall alternative according to our standards? And so what I was looking for in this hearing is really the same thing I've been looking for all along, which is objective information to substantiate the best legally acceptable site within the confines of statute and our regulations, but also demonstrated efforts to work with the community. So from the operator's perspective, the operator, I think, has squarely and significantly and sufficiently demonstrated that this application is within the confines of existing commission rules. As far as cooperating with the community, the operator did make significant changes to the pad, as noted by the chair, even though they may be, according to SM's testimony, options that drain the resource a bit less effectively. And so I know that wasn't taken lightly. And, to the points that I brought up during the hearing, I do have some difficulty discerning whether this ALA was executed really to objectively seek the best location or to substantiate a desired outcome. And admittedly, that's a concern I have with pretty much every single ALA that we view. And that may be a weakness in the ALA system. It may be something that we can further discuss and determine. But to Commissioner Cross's point, clearly, if an operator has a preferred location, they've chosen that preferred location because they do believe it's the best location. It might be, it might have some bias towards the operator's needs rather than the community's needs. But that said, that's where our rules come into play, and it must absolutely demonstrate compliance with every single one of our rules. So, if this had some flavor of substantiating a desired outcome, I don't like that. I just don't like it. I also didn't definitively, I'm not able to definitively determine that those were the motives of SM as they were assessing these alternative locations. I think they did a relatively detailed job on many fronts of assessing locations and provided enough information to me to help me understand that, yes, there are different trade-offs with every single location. And clearly a location farther to the east would be away from these homes. And clearly a location to the east would have additional impacts that don't exist on this site. So definitively, where does that put me as a decision maker? It puts me in a position where there's no definitive evidence that there's a more protective site based on the work that's been done and the testimony that's been given. When it comes down to STAR, I appreciate STAR's significant efforts on this front, and the future will tell kind of where we go based on these efforts overall. I think being able to hear specifically from an impacted community was very important. I think we've done that before. We have other applications that we've approved that were much nearer than this to residential development, and we've had some significant discussion about that. And it's something that we wrestle with on a day-to-day basis. Once again, pointing us back to the importance of establishing setbacks based on best available science and a significant public process, which I'll get to in a minute. So I think the meat of it here is that STAR was unable to materially demonstrate any lack of compliance with any state land board, county, or ECMC rule. And that's compelling and difficult to talk about. I think the primary argument here ended up consisting of shifting the burden to another area and or other impacts rather than an overall reduction of impact of the development as a whole if it were moved. They stated that impact is reduced generally through distance, and I think that's objectively true. But distance farther away from one thing is distance closer to another, and the trade-offs were not demonstrably definitive for me to say, yes, this is objectively a better approach on any of the alternative locations. Mr. Chair, I'll paraphrase you a little bit or reiterate that general public desire is important. It's important. I I think in this case, it was augmented by a significantly arguable dose of broader environmental activism that resulted in actually some very distasteful actions and very actions that were deleterious to the cause of STAR. And so it's unfortunate for those, emphatic members of STAR that are seeking after a grassroots well-being situation. But that said, that made it also difficult to draw the line and determine whether residents are truly being represented or whether this is a broader environmental activist type movement or somewhere in between, which is where I landed. I also had in my notes Regulation 307B2. I think, Mr. Chair, you more eloquently made the points that I was going to make that were very similar to what you had to say, that there does seem to be a bit of a lever there, but I would also agree on the record that this is a lever where it's clear and demonstrable that there's some deficiency that we can enumerate and determine is an actual deficiency that somehow is not addressed or protected by our rules under the same standard. And I don't find there to be a situation like that in this hearing. And so my decision really comes down to the applicability of actual law, which I think it should. I think in the end, that's our job, is to ensure that we have the best laws, but also ensure that those laws are followed not just by operators, but by ourselves, by the public, and by others that have interest in the development or lack of development of oil and gas in Colorado as determined and tasked to us by the legislature. I'm significantly disappointed with Crestone's post-December involvement with STAR, especially given my stressing them working with the community throughout this process. That said, it's incumbent upon me to point out that my verbal direction to the operator during previous hearings to undertake best efforts to work with the community was not ultimately an executable legal standard. It was a pleading, it was a direction, it was simple verbal direction, vehement, yes, but nonetheless still only verbal direction on the part of one commissioner that doesn't set a legal standard or have legal executable implications. That said, I believe that the operator could have done a better job once engaging with STAR in late December to work more closely with STAR, and maybe they don't come to any kind of conclusion together, but at least then there was an opportunity to try to work together that was very demonstrable at this hearing. I'm disappointed, but that's not a legally executable standard. That is the standard that to some degree led me to seek in December to work within the Commission's authority to mandate an additional alternative location analysis. The intent there was to compel cooperation with the concerned community in the absence of grassroots and voluntary significant cooperation. And I think to some degree, it did further the cause. In the end, there's no demonstrable non-compliance with statute or regulation on the part of the operator in this application. There's reasonable compliance with the Commission's legal imposition of additional ALA information, and it comes right down to the fact that this application is compliant with our rules, which are among the most protective in the world and are based on best available science, legislative mandate. And while this has been a lengthy process, it was a much more involved and lengthier process to establish those rules through lengthy and significant expert discussion and significant public discussion, debate, and rulemaking. And if we find a deficiency associated with, and I mean an ethical deficiency or a philosophical deficiency associated with this application, I think the proper way to handle that is to talk about whether our rules are on point associated with the points that were raised. It doesn't free me up to deny this application based on a potential hypothetical of potentially more protective, appropriate rules that weren't vetted through a expert rulemaking process. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be a approval vote on the application at this hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for the deliberative thoughts. Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've got like 6 pieces of paper here that I'm going to be working through, and so this is going to be a little bit all over the place, and I apologize for that. A lot of times I come into a deliberation like this, and I have a lot of thoughts that I've already put down, and after reading applications and public comments and consultations, and today I didn't do that. So today I really wanted to listen. I wanted to absorb. I wanted to really understand um, the different perspectives and see, where I ended up. Ultimately, I think this is as indicated before, this is a really challenging situation, and it's a challenging situation for all the parties that are involved. As I've indicated before, I also think it was a situation that created opportunities. It created opportunities for potential coordination, collaboration, communication, between the different parties that were involved with this. And in my experience, this type of like interaction most often creates the best solutions to difficult situations like this. This is ultimately the process that ECMC went through in review of this application, first in the CAP process and now in the OGDP process. It has continued to create opportunities for the different parties to step away from the posturing, to be able to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work to find compromise amongst ultimately entities that may be neighbors. And unfortunately, as of today, that has not come to fruition. We have 2 parties that, for the most part, are still entrenched in their positions, that it is my way or the highway. And the result of this leaves me as a commissioner in the position to review the application as presented and whether or not it meets our rules or not. And that's ultimately the role I'm in as a commissioner in a quasi-judicial proceeding, as to determine whether or not an application as presented meets the burden of proof that it meets both the rules and the act. And in the rules, or in the act and the rules, there's a term reasonable and necessary in there that ends up being a really important part of the considerations that we apply in our quasi-judicial roles as commissioners. And while we apply judgment as we review applications and apply the rules, and many of our rules are performance-based, some are subjective, many are subjective, and many are objective. But any judgment that I apply still has to be tied to the rules and the terms reasonable and necessary. And it can't solely be tied to an unsubstantiated opinion or a personal belief. And there's a few things here. I mean, the statute that ultimately creates the rules that we promulgate, is created by the whole legislative body and the governor, and not an individual legislator or two. It is ultimately the work of months, sometimes multiple years, in the development of the statute that ultimately creates the rules. The rules that are promulgated ultimately go through years-long process sometimes in developing the different elements of the rules that are also a public process that has the opportunity for parties and the public to be involved to help determine how statute gets promulgated into rules. And that whole process, creates ultimately the tools that we as commissioners utilized in order to make determinations on applications. I think that there's a lot of rules that obviously apply to this. I think other commissioners have already talked about some of the really good things that are a part of this application. I think we as commissioners have been stringent in our expectations of this applicant, which, that's sometimes necessary. I wish it wasn't so necessary that we had to continue to ask for additional information, to continue to ask for more, to continue to try to push and see what was possible. But we did. And that is ultimately what created a long drawn out process was, continuing to need more, continuing to push for more, to continue to try to develop opportunities for communication, collaboration, and see if there's not an opportunity to come up with a win-win situation. But ultimately that didn't happen here. The ALA, and I think it's important, as we look at alternative location analysis to kind of go back to the mission change rulemaking and, reacquaint ourselves to the reason that we developed alternative location analysis. But, statement of basis and purpose indicates that the alternative location analysis is the commission's primary and best tool to avoid adverse impacts, because the most effective way to avoid adverse impacts is through siting decisions. Accordingly, CRS 3460-103-5.5A provides independent statutory authority for the commission to adopt an alternative location analysis process as a tool for avoiding any category of adverse impacts, regardless of whether those impacts might otherwise occur in a populated area or not. And so the alternative location analysis was a big deal here. That's why there was an alternative location analysis that was pushed for in the CAP process. That was why in December, we asked for a more robust and comprehensive alternative location analysis to provide opportunities for communication and collaboration between the parties in this situation. I've already indicated that I think that there's still lots of missing pieces that would have certainly been helpful in determining whether the different locations that were analyzed, were more protective or not. I think that there were other parties that could have been participating in that process, including the State Land Board, including the permittee for the grazing permits, including Arapahoe County, and looking at different alternatives to try to figure out if there was a win-win situation here. I think one meeting with Star as a party to this was completely inadequate. I also in my opinion, believe that there was a problem with communication on both sides here. And people being entrenched in their positions. And so this was an opportunity for us as a quasi-judicial body to push the envelope a little bit to see if there was opportunities for a solution here. And I'm not sure that people realized how far the envelope got pushed. But it did get pushed. I think it's important to look at the 2,000-foot setback and, how ultimately that was determined in our rules, and, in the statement of basis and purpose on page 219, it talks about that based on substantial evidence in the administrative record, the commission determined that a 2,000-foot distance was necessary and reasonable to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential impacts to public health and welfare. Senate Bill 19-181's changes to the commission's mission and statutory authority direct the commission to regulate oil and gas operations in a reasonable manner to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, which is CRS 3460-106 2.5A. Senate Bill 19-181 also defined minimize adverse impacts to public health. Senate Bill 19-181 also defined minimize adverse impacts to mean to the extent necessary and reasonable to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources to A, avoid adverse impacts from oil and gas operations, and B, minimize and mitigate the extent and severity of those impacts that cannot be avoided. which is CRS 3460-103 5.5. Senate Bill 19-181 thus required the commission to first avoid any potential impacts, then minimize and mitigate those potential impacts that cannot be avoided. And while distance is not the sole or predominant method to avoid, mitigate, or minimize adverse impact, it can avoid impacts or significantly reduce the severity of the adverse impacts. For all these reasons, the commission determined that a 2,000-foot distance met the standard set by Senate Bill 19-181. The commission's statutory mandate is to protect public health and welfare by first avoiding adverse impacts. Substantial evidence in the record demonstrated that a 2,000-foot distance would avoid a significant number of impacts and is therefore necessary, particularly for school facilities and childcare centers. The commission's choice of 2,000 feet is also reasonable for at least two reasons. First, the evidence in the administrative record did not demonstrate that a greater distance would result in any significantly greater avoidance of impacts. Second, in Rule 604B, the commission recognized that other regulatory tools may avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts, and therefore provided additional requirements that an operator may meet to site a proposed working pad surface between inside 2,000 feet. So the 2,000-foot setback is a setback that this commission, in our rules, has been applying since the promulgation of the rules in 2021, since the implementation of SB 19-181. Arapahoe County, as the local government, has arguably some of the most protective oil and gas regulations in the state, and has increased that setback in Arapahoe County from 2,000 feet to 3,000 feet. I do ultimately understand that they deferred the determination of the applicability of their rules, not to the Board of County Commissioners themselves, but rather to staff. But that doesn't negate the distance setback that is required from the local government. As a former local government official, local government is the place that is most accessible to the public and is the best way to affect land use decisions within your jurisdiction. And SB 19-181 provide explicit authority to the local government to make land use decisions associated with oil and gas development. So to have the local government, which promulgated these rules, ultimately determine that it was appropriate, is compelling to me. Public input is also an essential part of our process and has always been an important part of my decision-making. I've also indicated that the challenge in this situation is that outside of this quasi-judicial process, because there was no collaboration or compromise on a location, my job is to take that public impact and apply it to the rules associated with the application. And as I apply the rules, or as I hear the public comment, many of the public comments were really difficult to apply to specific rules that I was going to be able to utilize in any kind of decision making. However, there was much public comment, and particularly testimony by Mr. Foote and the witnesses in this proceeding was helpful and was certainly influential in my decision making. I think that today's testimony was a little bit challenging in hearing that the application of Rule 307 was ultimately the determining factor. And that one is a little bit challenging to apply on its own. And the rule, the statement of basis and purpose says that in Rule 307, the commission adopted procedural requirements for the commission's review of a proposed oil and gas development plan. And like the director, consistent with Senate Bill 19181's changes to the commission's mission and statutory authority, the commission may choose to deny a proposed oil and gas development plan that otherwise complies with the commission rules if, in the commission's judgment, the proposed oil and gas development plan does not comply with the act by adequately protecting and minimizing adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And so in order to be able to apply that specifically, there has to be compelling evidence to essentially negate some of the rules, in my opinion. So I may be applying this slightly different than Chair Robbins. But it would have to essentially negate some of the rules in order for it to be able to apply, which also ultimately becomes a very difficult burden, and has to also come in with a reasonable and necessary application. And so I did struggle with being able to apply that rule specifically to this application, and being able to use it solely as the rule to make a determination to deny an application. I do think that situations like this ultimately create change. I think there's opportunities for change coming from situations like this, and I do think that this will create change. The amount of public interest in this, the amount of participation in this, is the same type of situation that ultimately created Senate Bill 19181, that ultimately created the rules that we promulgated and implemented in 2021. And I wouldn't be surprised, for better or for worse, depending on who you're talking to, if this situation doesn't become a similar catalyst. And so in the end, like I said, the best outcome would have been ultimately to find a compromise here, which I think was possible. But, in my judgment, in applying reasonable and necessary application of the rules in the act, I do find that this application does meet the rules in the act, as I sit in my seat as a quasi judicial proceeding as a commissioner. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. Others with deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Oath.
Guess that leaves me. Well, first, I want to thank my fellow commissioners for all of your comments. I agree with so many statements and opinions and findings that you all have expressed, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the thoroughness that all of you have brought to this discussion. I think I want to start with noting that my analysis is not that this location and particularly the application as a whole, particularly with the best management practices that have been proposed. My analysis is not that it could not be approvable, nor have I made a finding that the application as proposed is not protective of public health. I don't think that is a conclusion that can be reached here. I think the proposal itself includes sufficiently protective elements and has even been improved since our last hearing on this matter. What weighs heavily on me here is the rule that has been brought up a number of times, and it's whether or not Crestone has met its burden under Rule 307B to demonstrate that the application minimizes the potential impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And, I continue to puzzle over this. I think there's a real possibility that is the case, that a number of the alternative locations, even the ones that, I think most of us zeroed in on as being real potential, having real potential. Those may on balance raise too many potential impacts or maybe even not be viable due to inability to obtain variances or exceptions for impacts to riparian areas or the line power issues. I am struggling with finding that we have that information. I feel that what we have are some questions and uncertainty and speculation. I really appreciated the comments made here in deliberations. I think Mr. Chair raised them, Commissioner Ackerman, you had raised them also about, being really thoughtful about how we apply this rule and whether the level of information that we have generally found to be acceptable and how that compares to what we are asking for here. I think you both make really important points, really wise points. That consistency and predictability is an important consideration. I think at the same time, when we do consider these applications on a case-by-case basis, and for good reason, right? So that we can evaluate each of the applications in the context of all of the kind of incredibly complex variables that are involved. And so I think we have, these two important considerations, kind of consistency with flexibility. And so, we end up ultimately needing to strike the right balance. And that's certainly not a perfect science. And certainly, I think it's easy to see that reasonable people in difficult circumstances may differ on where that balance rests in each case. And so I think for where I am today, I would much prefer to stay the application and ask Crestone to further provide more information to help me make a determination on whether the proposed location truly does minimize impacts on the whole, on the balance of all of the considerations. And admittedly, I'm fairly close to feeling that I have the information necessary to make that determination. And not just to make a determination, but to potentially make a finding that the proposed location does not only meet the minimum requirements of the regulations, but also that the location does meet the requirements in 307B, that it minimizes the impacts on the whole overall of the potential alternative locations. But while I think the information on the record comes close to getting me to a position to make that finding, I think given the gaps that I have mentioned previously, I feel that I can't find today that based on the information in the record that the applicant has met its burden to prove that the proposed location minimizes the potential impacts to the largest extent possible. So that's where I am.
Further deliberative thoughts? All right. If we are done with deliberations, I suppose it's time for a motion. I believe we have the outstanding issue relevant to the fact that Crestone had in its testimony today, as well as the April 6th, I believe it was, information, made some commitments that are different, and there would need to be a COA to address that through an administrative process with staff, or at least that's my thought. And so if I could elevate AG Bedreau, if you could provide us with some thoughts about that issue, not knowing where folks are going, but I just want to kind of, we would need to work through that if we're moving forward.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's my understanding that if the commission moves for an approval, based on Crestone's commitment to reduce the well count from 32 down to 24 and the contraction of the location and working pad surface, that some of the details in their 2A and 2B and other documents associated with the OGDP might need to be updated. I have some COA language that could work here, and but again, this is all assuming the commission is going to move for an approval of the OGDP. Happy to read out the COA language though.
All right, well, why don't we see if we've got a motion for approval with a second, and then we can, in a discussion on that motion, perhaps amend it to make sure that we capture that information, but I don't want to presuppose anything at this point in time. All right, commissioners, we're moving into motion stage.
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion. I'll second. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion and the second outside of the COA piece that Boudreaux will talk to us in a bit. Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think you heard in my deliberative thoughts that I thought that this application would be approvable as presented, but I also acknowledged Commissioner Oath's request to stay the application in order to be able to get additional information in order for her to be able to make a decision. I think that's a reasonable request from a commissioner. And as I apply reasonable and necessary to my thoughts and decision making, I think if the commissioner wants some additional information and it's a reasonable request, which is part of our December order, then I would be in support of that. And so I think on this one, I will, on this motion, I'll vote no so that I can preserve the opportunity perhaps for Commissioner Oath to get the information that she requests.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? A.G. Boudreaux, do you want to read us your conditions of approval language?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The condition of approval associated with the topic I just discussed would be a motion to approve the OGDP with the proposed changes by Crestone as documented at Crestone Exhibit 132, page 10, with the following condition of approval. Operator shall provide an OGDP sundry for updates to the Form 2B, along with a Form 4 sundry with the changes to the permit application materials that were described in the commission hearing for the Sunlight Long OGDP docket number 241200313, heard on April 21st, 2026. Sundry approvals must be obtained prior to initiating construction. So that's the COA associated with the permitting issues that I discussed before. And then I would also note that the director's recommendation at pages 9 through 11 includes a list of conditions of approval recommended by staff.
All right. Commissioner Cross, are you comfortable with that friendly amendment to the motion?
I am.
All right. I will do the second. So we continue to have a motion and a second on the table for discussion. Further discussion by commissioners. All right. I'll just respond to Commissioner Oath and also to the comments made by Commissioner Messner. I understand Commissioner Oath, and generally I'm of the opinion that we try to accommodate all commissioners' thoughts, concerns, questions. I also don't know that this is going to get any easier, and I don't know that I'm going to be, at least me, I'm going to be swayed by additional information in the record. And so while I certainly acknowledge your point, I'm not sure it's going to ultimately change the thing that I'm in charge of, which is consciously taking a vote and making a decision based upon what's before me. We've had 7 hearings on this and lots of public comment. I thoroughly am impressed and appreciative of STAR's work here. I agree with you, Commissioner Messner, that this is the sort of thing that can sometimes facilitate change. And that's good for our state, and that's good for all the work that we're doing. So I'm not inclined to undo my second, I guess is where I'm going. Commissioner Oath?
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I would just make a comment that I fully understand that thought that, to be honest, the last place I want to be is in a place to stay this and have another hearing, because as I noted earlier, I recognize that comes with a fair amount of energy and cost and work for a lot of parties. And so if other commissioners feel that they have the information they need and it's not going to change the outcome for them, it's an outcome I certainly respect and understand.
Thank you for those comments. Further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, Hearings Manager Thomas, if we could have a roll call.
Yes, Commissioner Ackerman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Messner,
No.
Commissioner Oath,
No.
Commissioner Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes 3-2.
Okay. All right, that concludes the business before the commission today. Again, as we've said numerous times, we want to thank all the folks that have been involved in what is not an easy process for the state of Colorado. I would hope folks realize that everyone's acting in good faith and doing the best that we can. And thank the applicant, thank the petitioners, thank staff, and thank my fellow commissioners. With that, I would move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We get another hearing tomorrow, folks. See you then.